May I have your attention, please? We'll be starting in a few minutes, but before we start, I wanted to make sure everybody knows where the exits are in case of an emergency. So we have 2 exits, one over there to the back and one over here on this side. So in case of an emergency, someone will be directing you to the exit doors and we'll all meet out here in this lot. Thank you. And the restrooms are out to the double doors to your right-hand side. Thank you.
Good evening. The VTA Board of Directors meeting of Thursday, January 10th, 2019 is now called to order. We are still waiting a few members to arrive, but we'll proceed with some of the other items. We do not have any new members present tonight, so we will not be administering any oaths of office, but I would like to welcome Rob Rennie, Town of Los Gatos council member, who is now the regular member for the West Valley Cities. Rob was an alternate for that city group in past years. And his alternate will be Howard Miller, vice mayor for the city of Saratoga. There's Howard. Howard was sworn into the VTA Board of Directors in late December, but I'd like to formally welcome him back to our board. And we have been told that there will be upcoming appointments, so at that time, later on, we will finalize the board roster for this year. So Elaine, could you please call the roll?
Ex officio board member Bruins, board member Carr, alternate board member Cortese, alternate board member Davis, board member Dieppe, alternate board member Hendricks,
Present.
board member Jones, board member Camis, board member Liccardo, board member McAllister, alternate board member Miller, board member Nunez, board member Perales, board member Rennie,
Here.
vice chairperson Chavez, chairperson O'Neill.
Present.
We're meeting as a committee of the whole.
Very much. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we move to the rest of the agenda, I would like to remind you all that our meeting is being recorded and streamed live. It is important that you speak into the microphone so that those who are watching us remotely can hear the discussion. That takes us to 1.4, orders of the day. A revised agenda is in front of the board members and and people seated at the front table. And we have added the two other labor organizations under closed session. Item 9.1.d, conference with labor negotiators. I want to note that agenda item 6.2, appointments to VTA policy advisory boards, has been revised, reflecting the cities of Campbell and Sunnyvale appointments to the SR 85 Corridor Policy Advisory Board and BART appointment to the Diridon Station Joint Policy Advisory Board. Also, staff has requested that we defer closed session item 9.1.a, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, to the February board meeting. As to the closed session, we will hold our closed session meeting in conference room B106. The next item on our agenda is awards and commendation. The biographies of our retirees for item 2.1 will be read by Ibrahim Fakira, HR analyst.
Thank you. Our first honoree this evening is Luke Travers. Luke Travers, Senior Business Systems Analyst in the Technology Department, is the Administration Award winner for the first quarter. Mr. Travers has worked for VTA for over 20 years now. In that time, he has proven himself to be a great resource for the various departments in which he has worked. He seems to have an answer for almost every question, and when he does not, he figures it out and responds to you quickly. The staff and technology appreciate the positive attitude he maintains at work and his efforts to learn new processes. Many of his colleagues consider VTA lucky to have such a smart and friendly person in its ranks. Congratulations to Luke Travers, Administration Employee of the First Quarter. Our second honoree is Doug Keegan. Doug Keegan, coach operator at Northyard Operations, is the Operations Award winner for the first quarter. Mr. Keegan has been an operator at VTA for over 16 years. Throughout his tenure with the organization, he has consistently provided great customer service to both our passengers and fellow employees. Mr. Keegan provides assistance to other operators if they are involved in an accident, and he volunteers to work with other departments to help test tools and products that his coworkers use. Everyone on the team at Northyard believes that he makes VTA a better place to work and is grateful for all he does. Congratulations to Doug Keegan, Operations Employee of the First Quarter. Our last honoree this evening is John Mayer. John Mayer, Management Analyst in the Technology Department, is the Supervisory Award winner for the first quarter. This past October, Mr. Mayer celebrated his 5-year work anniversary as a VTA employee. In each role he has held with the organization, he has always held himself to high performance standards. Having only had minor exposure to technology prior to his current role, Mr. Mayer quickly acclimated to his job duties and provided strong leadership to his staff and colleagues. He has led his team in implementing numerous solutions that have enhanced service for customers he has agency-wide, all of whom hold him in the highest regard. Congratulations to John Mayer, Supervisor of the First Quarter. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Although he's not here this evening, I'd also like to recognize Robin Jackson, Maintenance Employee of the First Quarter.
Okay, congratulations to our awardees, and we thank them for their dedicated service. I'd like to propose that we take action on items 2.2 and 2.3 together. Both Sam and Savita cannot join us tonight, so we will consider the resolutions and then present them to them at our next meeting. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so let's go on to item 3, which is public comment. We'll have 2 minutes, and the first person is Tammy Donota, D-H-A-N-O-T-A, Donota.
Hi, I turned my card in last, so I thought I was going to be last.
Oh.
So it's okay. I didn't have time to prepare. My name is Tammy Denoda. I'm the chairperson for the VTA chapter of SEIU Local 521. I'm representing all these people in purple behind you and in the other room. I don't know if you can see them, but they're here. We've been negotiating for several months, and I've been on several negotiation teams in my 24 years of working here at VTA. It's been a long process. It's hard for members who are basically working in this community, trying to survive in Silicon Valley, from the highest cost of living, for them to know what it's like when your company says we don't have any money, yet they see them spending a lot of money other places. So our team's been working really hard to try to work with management, and up until recently, we hadn't really had a lot of progress, but there are at least some hope, because in the last week we've been able to make some progress. So I appreciate your patience. I know it's not fun being on the board when it's bad times. It's only fun when it's good times. And we understand that VTA is a public agency, but there's a lot of employees that have worked here for a long time that have put in a lot of good service, and all they want is to be respected. They want to be given a decent wage, a good working condition, so that they can support their families and continue to live in this community. So again, I just want to ask that VTA be fair, that the board be able to direct the staff and NURIA to be fair with the members and let them live or earn a decent wage, a living wage, just like everyone else in this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Sean Mulligan.
So I got you this little handout here. This is in response to Supervisor Chavez's comments last time about what's the future of transportation. And these two pictures are from Jarrett Walker, that people often get confused that the technology is changing, but the geometry of the city is not changing. So, for example, you can have app-enabled electric vehicles that are fully autonomous and still have gridlock independent of that. In fact, all the belief is that you will have gridlock even worse, and the gridlock is, I guess, why the board is not here tonight, because of traffic congestion, right? No, I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's just, that's a fact of life, as you can't predict how long it takes to go from A to B. And if you put more autonomous vehicles out there, it'll be even more difficult to predict how long it takes to go from A to B. So he classifies this as the best irrefutable long-term argument for public transportation. And once you really get that getting people into big vehicles is really the only way of solving the gridlock problem, then you don't get confused about, yeah, these technologies are changing, but gridlock is still here. And then the second thing that I wanted to bring up is that New York City is now going to be collecting over $1 billion in fees from Uber and Lyft to fund public transit. And they have that law there, and hopefully VTA can get California to bring that law here as well. Obviously VTA needs the money, so you can work with San Francisco or reach out to Uber and get that program started here. Uber actually has a public position. They funded it with $10 million to incentivize subsidized public transit, because there is no solution to the congestion problem without big vehicles. Okay. Oh, the pictures are on the back too.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Jerry Grace.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Grace. I'm living in City San Paulo, over West CC County. But this is my first time alone. Excuse me. I need to move back a little bit. This is the first time a long time, 15, 20 years I came back at BTA. I'm come here this meeting a very long time. I'm Northern Alameda County People First, Bear People First, and People First of California on the board. I won the board because I'm working to help other people come to California and join them, have a good time in June. I have a meeting in March, in September, 2 times a day. That's why I'm on the board on Bad People First. Some of the people I know is here, some of the California, here is down in St. Clair County People First here, and a lot of people don't know nothing about People First, but that's what People First is all about in California. And I try to say, a lot of you guys is new, and that very first time in a long time, but the only person I remember, only 2 people I know, Cindy is one of them, because Cindy was on the board and supervisor a really long time. I never forget you. And one of the staff person over here, and oh God, I have trouble saying her name.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Marilyn, and that's a very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. So next we have Mr. Ron Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Ron Roberts. I'm a senior signal maintainer out of Light Rail. I'm also a chief negotiator for SEIU as well as the chief steward. I came here tonight for a couple of reasons. One, I want to thank the board for their action they took on trying to revive the signal maintainers that we lost in October. I haven't had a chance to come before you before then, but I do want to thank you for that. The other part of that is in negotiations, we've had 3 contracts ago a training issue, and it's never been resolved. I met with the GM in January at her Coffee with the GM meeting. We discussed that. We still have nothing. If you're going to maintain people to do maintenance job that's regulatory by both FRA and the CPUC, you're going to need to do a couple of things. Train them, have an apprentice program, and pay them their wage. And right now, both BART and Muni, who are the closest transits to us that are running light rail, they're not coming to us. And they're not coming to us for a reason, because they are getting the benefits, they are getting the training, and they are getting the wages. So I'm asking the board to help assist, at least letting Ms. Fernandez know that, hey, these things have to be done. You just can't avoid them. If we're going to become a high technology rail and be a premier transit agency, we need to have all these things done. Thank you very much.
You. Next is Bill Hawthorne.
I'm Bill Hawthorne with the Light Rail Division at VTA. And when I started here, my first day, I was congratulated on my new job and informed that the negotiations had just completed and I would be stuck on step one of my wages for 2 years and have furlough days without pay. But I decided, because I really do believe in transit, that it was a job I was interested in staying with. And 5 years ago, VTA brought on new management to set a new direction for transit in this county. But what I see when I see our newest plans is reductions in ridership, reductions in service, and a direction that I find very frustrating. When I see members of our divisions living in their cars, I know we're facing major problems here at VTA. But what is clear to me is that we can't pay our rent with the new logo. Thanks.
Next is David White. And the person after David White is Kathleen Podrosky.
Good evening. I've been an employee of VTA for 20 years, and I've been in SEIU for 20 years. In those 20 years, we've taken 2 contracts that, when the company was in financial difficulty, to help out the company. The first time we took a contract of 3 years with no raises at all. The second time we took a contract with 2 years of furloughs, which meant everybody had to give a day of pay for every month they worked. So they had to give it back to the company. Okay. While that was going on, the other unions and management both got raises because of the time difference in our negotiations. I'm just wondering, is management going to ask us to help out the company again, and while other people are getting raises? I don't think it's quite equitable. I was told that management got a 3% raise. If they did and we're in financial difficulties, are they going to give some back? I mean, me personally, I would not feel right if I received a raise at the cost of my coworkers and my company while it's in difficulty. So I'm asking management to either forego their raises or make it more equitable so that everybody in all the unions and the company can help build this company and make it stronger and get over this financial difficulty. Thank you.
So after Kathleen, we'll have Tart Lightham and then Tessa Woodmansey. Come here and get in line. That would help us. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Chairperson O'Neill, directors, Nuria. I want you to know me. My name is Kathleen Podrosky. I'm a public communications specialist too in VTA's Community Outreach and Public Engagement Group. I'm an SEIU member and I'm your constituent. On August 29, 2011 was my first day at VTA. I'm a former executive director of a local nonprofit. I came to VTA to be part of a team and lead change of the perception of government entities and actively engage the community in projects and programs that VTA delivers. I value the power that public transportation has in creating healthy communities. I give my all and I'm good at what I do. I know my colleagues share my passion. I do not have family in Santa Clara County. I'm trying to build one. I'm an applicant in the county's Resource Family Program. I'm scrambling to find housing that will qualify me to be matched with a child or children that needs me. One paycheck after taxes is $2,340. My rent on one bedroom is $2,517. I can't find an acceptable 2-bedroom in this Brains yet. Since our last salary adjustment, my rent has increased twice, a total of 7%. I have a master's degree in public administration and a student loan to go along with that one too. My story isn't unique. I share the month-to-month struggle with many of my colleagues. The 1.5 salary increase on the table is not acceptable for a cost of living increase that we are deserving of. For me, it equates to $20 increase per paycheck. The love expressed for us at the last board meeting, it's nice, but it doesn't pay the bills. VTA has amazing and committed talent. I and my colleagues deserve to be recognized and awarded salaries that allow us to live in the very communities we serve and live where we feel safe. We deserve salaries and benefits that are on par with our colleagues at other special districts, cities, and counties in the Bay Area. We are losing talent to these agencies because they provide salaries that better meet the needs to live here. We are asking you to hear us, see us, respect us, know us as people, that we are not a number on a spreadsheet, and we shouldn't have to beg for this. I urge you to reconsider our request to provide a true cost of living increase, to value us. And if you've listened to me this far and not looked at your phone, thank you very much. And I appreciate it. And you are welcome to meet with me. I live upstairs in Building B during the day. Thank you.
So after Tessa, there will be Andrew Boone, and then Nellie Garibay, if you can line up.
Hi, I'm Tari Lycum, and I'm really out of my comfort zone, so forgive me. I was hired on July 12th in 1999. I'll be 20 years on July 11th of this year. I started at $14.65 an hour, and which was really low, but I was so happy to be here. After 20 years, I make $32 and some change. I'm here to ask for a 4.4% salary increase, because that's what I've heard the cost of living was raised to. Not in this area, but fair is fair. I'm also asking for a generous retirement package, because I, along with Mr. White, went without contract for 3 years, no salary increase, and furlough days. And I'm embarrassed to share this with people, but my furnace does not work. I can't afford to get it fixed. My AC doesn't work, and this is for going on the 3rd year for the furnace, 4 years for the air conditioner. I just got my fireplace, which is a gas-fired fireplace. That's a $400 repair. The guy band-aided it together, so I at least have some heat. I do not have a working stove, so anything I cook, I can't roast. I have to cook and find a crock pot or something. And I'm sure that most of you have heat. I'm sure that most of you have a stove or an oven that you can roast your festivity meals in. I just think that I am worthy of a 4.4% raise, as are my peers. We have given up so much. I am grateful to have my job. I'm grateful to have the retirement that I have. It's not much, but it's something. I'm very grateful. I have done above and beyond what I've been asked to do in my job scope, and that's not to get a pat on the back. That's because that's the kind of person I am, and I always figure a little bit of experience might help me somewhere else, and it's not helping. And thank you.
Thank you. And also, could we have Nancy Plough get in line? So the next person is Tessa.
Okay, good. I am Tessa Woodman C. Well, we're here today. I'm here today to discuss, I guess, the most important thing in the world right now is climate change, okay? And we need to be in a state of emergency. The only state of emergency is climate change. And I guess we have to get that note to our President Trump, but that is the only issue, is climate change. And we need to really have a very intense, what is it called, the Green New Deal. And we need to be doing that here in VTA. And that VTA needs to really take it on themselves to ask everybody to get on board, to really help fight climate change right now. And we do need a good public transit system. And we need one that's electrified. Everything should be electrified. All of our buses. China's already done it. I mean, they did it. They did tons of buses, more than what VTA has. They've changed them all to electric. We need to do that. And we need to ask corporations to help fund that. I thought that was a very good idea with the Uber and the Lyft should be chipping in for that. Because we've got to make to the public, to our young people, that Uber and Lyft is better. And the reason, the VTA, the transit, the public transit is the way we need to do our transportation, not Uber and Lyft. Because we can make our vehicles carbon neutral. We can make them green, and we can do that as a public agency and putting all of our resources together in our community by asking corporations to help this. We need to have everybody on board and getting to fight climate change so that we get a benefit that Uber and Lyft, we don't know. Usually they're not electric cars, and yet we could have that be when we tell the people why they need to take public transit is because it's helping fight climate change, and they can help with that because we need to get a green transportation for VTA. That's it? Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Andrew Boone. I live on Stockton Avenue. And first of all, I wanted to say that this meeting location is not very convenient, being on the north end of San Jose. Even though it is near light rail station, it isn't convenient, say if you're coming from Palo Alto or Los Altos on transit, downtown San Jose is where these meetings should be. And when I got here, they said, oh, the room is full, so you can't go in the room. So this is an important group. It shouldn't be that some other meeting is taking precedence over the VTA Board of Directors meeting at the county center. And the other idea I wanted to express is that what Tessa was saying about climate change, really we know every year that passes by, scientists are writing reports that are more and more dire, that are saying that all of the predicted effects from climate change are happening much sooner than they predicted before, based on more scientific data. So the IPCC report and the U.S. federal government report on climate change both said this is an emergency. This needs to be basically reversed, our uses of energy in 10 years. This is the scale of how fast it needs to happen to avoid extreme catastrophic impacts on planet Earth. The inability for virtually all large species of animals to survive, including human beings, is being threatened right now by the extremely high levels of greenhouse gases that we're emitting. VTA is the #1 agency that has to be at the forefront of that battle here in the South Bay. This is the agency that decides if we're going to expand the highways, and unfortunately there's billions of dollars funded for highway expansions that this agency is pursuing. Those add car traffic to the highways and increase greenhouse gas emissions. This agency can invest a lot more in pedestrian and bicycle and transit improvements than it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Nellie, and then Nancy.
Hi. Hi, my name is Nellie Garibay. I'm a safety steward for ATU Local 265. I'm also, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I'm also a bus driver, and I'm also a line instructor. I'm here speaking on behalf of drivers that have to deal with the mess the city has created on San Fernando Street between Almaden and 10th Street. It's crazy. Our drivers are taught to have a right side clearance, 3.5. Most of the time we don't have it. Especially like we're on Almaden, when we're making a left when we're going straight down San Fernando, people are making a left. We literally have 2, 3, 4 inches on each side of our bus. Not even enough room for a car to open up their door. It's totally unsafe. Right now we're taught to merge into our bus stops. Right now we're almost at a 90-degree angle, which we can't even see our right side. And it's ridiculous because we have a bike lane, which I'm all for bikes, okay? But we got a bike lane, we got a parking spot, and then we got our bus stop right in front of these, and we're like this, literally like this, trying to get in, and we can't see. We can't see that side. For that quick minute, we can't see. And, those bikes, it's unsafe for them. There's no safety for the pedestrians out there. We've had a few accidents, and of course, our drivers are going to get blamed for that because we're professionals, but you guys got to help us out, right? So I know everyone here is aware of what needs to be done. They need to fix it. So fix it. Our drivers are tired of driving through what seems like an obstacle course every day, hoping they don't kill someone or take off a door. It's ridiculous. I know because I drive it every day. I'm in contact with Mike Cantonai. He's a transit service development supervisor. anyways, listen to him. He knows. He knows what we need.
Okay, thank you. Is Nancy here? Nancy?
Hello, my name is Nancy, and I'm a driver with VTA. I'm out of North Yard, and I've been out of Shibuya. I have spent a majority of my time on the 22, and I noticed on our agenda for this evening that we're talking about cutting service for the 22 between 1 and 4 a.m. I personally prefer to drive in the evenings, and I take pride in the fact that I value our passengers enough to get to know them on an interpersonal level. And there's 4 particular groups that I want to tell you guys about, and I think it's a really, really horrible idea that we cut our service between 1 and 4 a.m. on the 22. 1, you wouldn't believe how many people are getting to and from jobs on the 22 between 1 and 4 a.m. It might not seem like a lot to you, but there are people like who stock shelves at grocery stores. There are bartenders, security guards, just 3 people example-wise that are getting to and from work who depend. They don't just prefer to ride the bus, they depend on us to get to and from work. 2, whether we like it or not, the homeless ride our bus and they fill our buses and they are paying passengers. 95% of the people that get on my bus have some sort of fare and they are allowed to ride, whether they stink or whatever, but we are keeping them safe and we are keeping them warm. I've had families with young children get on my bus, and I am the one keeping them safe from the outside world, and that is what we are there for. If you cut out that service, you are damning them to whatever the city has to offer them. 3, people use our bus as a designated driver, whether we like it or not. Again, drunk people are obnoxious. We've all been there, but we are their designated driver. We go downtown and we bring people home. And if we take that away, we're more or less responsible for anything that could happen, more or less. 4, I want to just shout out to ATU here. If you take away our jobs between 1 and 4 a.m., you're taking away large shift chunks for people like myself who prefer to drive in the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public that wishes to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? If there is, please come to the microphone right now. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to items 2.2 and 2.3, which were the proclamations, and we have some people who want to speak on those items. Tessa Woodmansey and Andrew Boone.
Okay, so I guess the first one was Mayor Liccardo. Is that the one? Right. Well, I just wanted to comment on Mayor Liccardo. It was actually an idea that my husband said about him getting his award. And the thing that he was saying is that Mayor Liccardo was an avid bicyclist, and we really recognize that about him. But he just got hit by a car and got very seriously injured. And so his honor that we're honoring him today for as a community is that he's bringing to attention the real problems on our road is the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians. And so we wanted to honor him for that. And that is something that we really need to take very seriously, how we're creating safe passage for bicyclists and pedestrians. And we're not doing a good job with that. And so we honor Mayor Liccardo for bringing that to our attention and the seriousness of what happens when, he's not even here today because of that. He got injured so badly. And so what we need to do is have separated bike lanes on all major roads. And we need to have that now. Again, this is all part of climate change, too, that we need to be really providing a safe passage for 8 to 8. What do they say? It should be safe for 8 to 80-year-olds, all of our bike lanes. And so we need to have traffic calming. That's very important. that we need to create crosswalks, like where Mayor Liccardo got hit. It was in the intersection, and our intersections aren't safe. They need to have more. The bike lane needs to go through the intersection, the markings. That I noticed that we stop it at the end of the block, and it doesn't go through the intersection. But that would be helpful if there was articulation of the bike lanes as it went through. And I noticed that even the new work we've done on 280 on Bird, that there's the freeway. There's no articulation of the bike lane as we go across the freeway on Bird Avenue, though they did a good job overall of that. But anyway, safety for bicycles and pedestrians is important.
Tessa, would you like to speak on 2.3 since you filled
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, the other one, the other person, what was I thinking with the VTA? Oh, the thing that I have trouble personally with VTA awarding both of the members of VTA is I'm very disappointed in VTA in what happened with our bus rapid transit on El Camino and how we spent $10 million to develop that plan. What was it? The plan that I always love, I refer to as foresee the future. Foresee on the bus rapid transit plan that was $10 million of money was spent was to put bike lanes on El Camino and the bus rapid transit in the median, and that failed. I mean, it failed, and I disagree. I take challenge of honoring both Sam Liccardo and the other person from Cupertino to say VTA didn't do enough to create these transit solutions, and that you're the Valley Transit Authority. And you need to take that authority or also to convince the other cities to do the right thing and not listen to the merchants of doubt who are the auto industries in Sunnyvale and the auto industries that are also on the car sales that are on both El Camino, and now we're having to deal with, we need it also on San Carlos and Stevens Creek. We need that bus rapid transit and bike lanes through the whole corridor. And like we do our highways, we don't, I guess maybe they do, but we need to have authority to go through the whole transit corridor. And that's why we have the VTA, or else it's really very, like all the other county organizations like the Air Quality Management District or the Water District, they call them the golden spigot because they don't do anything. And that's the same thing with VTA. You haven't done anything. You didn't do what your job was to do.
Thank you. So, Andrew?
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Andrew Boone, and I agree with Tessa that it's unfortunate that our mayor is missing meetings, is unable to do his job because they got hit by a car. And I was shocked to read about the news because, say, a middle-aged man in good physical shape like myself can get hit riding on an ordinary street. It wasn't a big, dangerous road. At that part of Maybury is just like a shocking thing to me. And I hope that there's continued to be growing support for figuring out what's the cause of crashes like that, how we can avoid them, how we can make improvements. And VTA is right there at the beginning of making sure that happens because you disperse the money. You have, this year will be coming money probably from the 2016 Measure B that goes out to all the cities. And so you can say, when you use this money to fix your streets, you really have to fix the streets, meaning it's a safe street now, and not just for physically fit men to ride their bikes, for everybody to bike or walk or use scooters. And I think that Mayor Liccardo is a good administrator. He's good at looking at problems and proposing solutions, but he and I think yourselves are too much stuck with the status quo, with a system that has a very high dependence on automobiles and a low use of public transit and a very low use of bicycling and walking for transportation. That world can't continue. You have to change it. And, we can't do it. I can't just go around saying, hey, people, stop driving. You got to try this great thing called walking and bicycling. You're the ones that actually have the power to change this. You and no one else. It's the elected officials who can actually vote to not spend money to widen highways, but to make bicycle and walking improvements instead. And I hope that this this board will definitely prioritize investing in bus service. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other people wanting to comment, is there a motion to approve items 2.2 and 2.3?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we do have to go back and, is there a motion to approve the orders of the day under 1.4? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. And we do not have any public hearings on tonight's agenda, so we'll now move to item 5, which is the committee reports. We do not have reports for 5.1 and 5.2 because those meetings were canceled. And I will give the report for the Administration and Finance Committee. We met on December 20th, 2018, and we reviewed several items, and we recommended that they be placed on tonight's consent agenda. These are items 6.4 through 6.7. We also reviewed item 7.1, General Engineering Services for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension. And then now we have Johnny Camus, CMPP Chair for 2018, will report on their December 2018 meeting.
Okay, can I just say ditto? No. we did meet on December 20th, and we asked that items 6.8, 6.9, 6.10, 6.12, 6.13, and 6.14 be placed on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Chavez is the 2018 SSTPO Chair, and she will report on the last meeting of the SSTPO in 2018.
So our committee met on Friday, December 21st, 2018, and we talked about the transit ridership trends from fall 2018 and received an update on the College Football National Championships preparation. We also received a presentation on hybrid bus technology and received reports on ridership, safety, and security programs.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the next item is 5.4, Policy Advisory Board Chairperson's Report. And the report on the SR 85 Corridor Policy Advisory Board is in your reading folder. And we will move on to the consent agenda, which is item 6. It's okay, great. So before we do that, thank you for the motion. I want to note that we received a letter from Board Member Liccardo on consent agenda item 6.11, Land Use Policy. The letter is in your reading folder and is available on the public table. Board Member Liccardo recommends approving the draft policy with direction to return within 4 months to present for board discussion modifications that will, number 1, promote and incentivize new development in such a pattern that reduces, or at a minimum does not exacerbate, existing land use imbalances that worsen regional traffic congestion, and number 2, in locations where there has been regional or state investment in fixed route transit, i.e. BRT, Caltrain, Light Rail, and BART, promote and incentivize minimum densities within proximity of those transit stations to improve utilization of the public fiscal investment in transit. And before we go to voting on our motion, we have had a request from Asen Ndai to speak on item 611 and 6.14. Is he here? Well, why don't we have General Manager Fernandez speak to the mayor's memo while we're waiting for Mr. Ndai.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to assure Mayor Liccardo that the concerns he raised last month when he asked that this item be deferred to this month have been taken very seriously. We are supportive of the areas that he's asked us to work with cities. And we're looking forward to approval of the land use policy so that we can actually have a foundation to then compare what cities are doing and help guide them to create the type of density that's necessary for us and to be able to increase ridership and focus on corridors that are not only microphone is going down. So in essence, we will be back in 4 months once this policy is approved, and we'll be bringing some additional information as to how we are working with cities to make the modifications necessary. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Asen?
Hi, Asen NTI with Working Partnerships. Happy New Year if I haven't seen you yet. Just want to talk really quickly about I'm just going to take this off. Just want to talk a little bit about the land use policy, as well as, excuse me 1 second, as well as the report on VTA's Transit Sustainability Project. I think the land use policy is actually really great. I think it's something that we've been discussing for a long time about how VTA can get involved in the land use process earlier, how it can leverage both its access to data and the information that it has on its transit improvements to help inform the decisions of especially housing developers as well as job growth around the county. But I got to say, and I've had this conversation with staff, I am somewhat disappointed to not see any recommendation around seeking land use authority for itself on this item, as well as not seeking to find a way to help support the Smart Pass program in the land use development process. I see the Smart Pass program as not just great for climate change and for increasing ridership, but also as a really great way for developers to help reduce their VMT and help mitigate their impact on traffic. As far as 6.14 is concerned, I see a kind of warning from staff in that packet. They are reporting on a dramatic decrease in travel speeds in the service of some of the best ridden lines in San Jose, the 181, the 22, the 25, and their report is that it's going to cost an extra $185,000. I'm assuming that there are many more opportunities to help speed up service in San Jose, and that includes helping to improve the land use around the transit lines. I think that means having some dedicated bus lanes, having some signal prioritization, and hopefully having some great separation for bus stops. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Okay, so Tessa, did you wish to speak on 6.4? Okay. And Andrew?
Legislative issues, right? Something like that.
Mhm.
And so one of the legislative issues that concerns me that I hope VTA can maybe help with is that you deal with state issues is what we're talking about. So then one of the issues that bothers me is the issue that we cannot have cameras to give tickets, right? That was some policeman got a ticket, and then he found some little, line, some small print of the DMV code saying you can't give us a ticket unless a policeman is there, and therefore, we can't have cameras. That's what I heard was the issue of why we don't have cameras giving tickets for speeding. And so, or I guess any other law that's being broken. So I heard that the state was trying to pass a law that would allow San Jose in particular, and one other city, maybe Los Angeles, to do a test project to do this again, because we really need that in terms of speed. We shouldn't have no problem catching speeders and having cameras. So that would be a legislative issue that I was hoping that VTA could really work on, that we get these cameras to help address the issue of speeding, because we have a lot of speeding going on. Besides, of course, what we really need to do is engineer our roads to traffic calming, and that's really important. But at least we can be dealing with it in terms of fines and having large fines. And we don't have, it's very difficult to get the police to do anything. And there's no accountability even. Like I wrote that my Stockton Avenue, there's a lot of speeding. Well, I don't know if anybody's done anything, because there's a lot of speeding and there's no accountability. So it would be great if we had that program in San Jose, and that you would help support that at the state so we get that in place. Thank you.
Andrew, 610.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Boone. I live on Stockton Avenue here in San Jose. And I know that VTA works with Caltrans and the cities in the county and the county itself and CHP and MTC to develop highway projects. But some of those, and there is a long list of highway projects, you know, in the pipeline, as you could say, that some of it's funded and some of it's not funded. And some of these are like completely new interchanges at Zanker Road and 101, for example, Maybury Road 101. Those are envisioned to be like complete interchanges that you can drive from any direction to any other direction and access the highway. And the problem is that, you know, these were thought of a long time ago when we still had this idea that we're going to expand the ability of everybody to drive a car and the world's going to be wonderful. And it wasn't developed in the modern reality that we need to move to a multimodal transportation system, and that means one in which transit, bicycling, and walking are the dominant modes of transportation, not the alternative modes of transportation that not many people are using. So I would like this board to somehow take a serious look at, should you go ahead with all of these highway projects that are on your list? You have billions of dollars of these highway projects, and the likely outcome of them is just more car traffic and worse air pollution, when you could invest that money in actual transit service and in ways that actually will work to reduce congestion on the highways rather than just building more congestion. I think that your highway programs are carrying over from a previous generation, and they deserve a review of whether or not that's appropriate for the next generation. Thank you.
Was there somebody that wanted to speak about the board minutes? There was a card, but no name. Please come forward, Mr. Mulligan.
So regarding the board minutes under 8.1b, I motion that the minutes be corrected as they are inaccurate as written. Which they say, Sean Mulligan, interested in citizen, expressed appreciation for resurrecting the VTA BART joint meeting in 2019. What I was actually referring to was the Joint Policy Board, also known as the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit Project Policy Board. They should say that Sean Mulligan expressed appreciation for the Joint Policy Advisory Board and that it would ongoingly start meeting in January 2019, post-haste, and that a new law would entice VTA to move up with velocity on this. Since the proposed VTA board minutes bring up the topic of a joint meeting, both VTA and BART did agree in November 2001 that there would be joint annual VTA board meetings every year. And we only had one of those, which was in September 2017. That was at the behest of BART President Rebecca Saltzman. So my request is that you honor that agreement and do schedule the joint VTA BART meetings now through completion as you agreed to do. And it would it would reduce your own stress and suffering, I think. Because I know the relationship with BART has been very difficult, and my social skills may not be the best, but I do understand that if you socialize with these people at the board-to-board level, that a lot of the problems could have been eliminated. So if you do that, right now is still a very dangerous time with BART when you're doing the design, because if things escape from the design phase, they're very, very expensive to fix. So it's very beneficial to you to have the joint meetings. Thanks.
Why don't you just stay there? Did you still wish to speak on 6.2 and 6.4?
6.2 you can pull. I'll send you an email on that, I guess. Yeah. I want to try to be nice, but there's something to be said there. So the item 6.4, support the establishment of communication and governance protocols that allow VTA and BART to find mutually agreeable solutions to future issues as they arise, while minimizing impacts to BART customers in Santa Clara County and throughout the BART district. I'm thrilled that that is on the item, and it obviously should have been there years ago for all the reasons that I cited. Earlier letters from VTA BART noted that BART was in favor of open meetings subject to the Brown Act. So it implies that I think you're going to be moving in the direction of a joint policy board. I spoke at the BART board meeting in Oakland on April 12, 2018, bringing up the joint policy board. And BART Director Latifah Simon said this was one of the best ideas she's ever heard. I'll produce video for you of that from the meeting. And she motioned to Grace Kruniken that, that this would, probably be in action. I'd love to actually see that happen. 18 years is a long time not to have the communication and governance protocols be as good as they can, and we really do need board level and board committees driving that project. It's without question the best thing that you can do for the BART project phase 2. Thanks.
Jason?
Sorry, back again. I forgot something. So on the legislative program, I'm just going to comment on one missing thing and something that I think should be added. What was missing is an item pursuing. An item pursuing a bill that would be similar to last year's AB 2923, which gave BART land use authority on land that it owns. And something that needs to be commented on is regarding the autonomous vehicle portion of the state legislative program. We don't think that VTA should be actively supporting autonomous vehicle legislation without the support from or in the buy-in from the workers at VTA. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, we will then vote on the motion on the floor to approve the consent. Oh, Mr. Hendricks.
I want to understand, is part of our vote including this recommendation from Sam? Because my question, because I don't think we want to do this right now. Item 2, where it says locations this promote and incentivize, I'd really like to before we tell staff to go do something, I'd like to understand better about how we're going to work. If you look in the city of Sunnyvale, you're not going to tell me to be able to do more density around my 2 Caltrain stations because we have our Lawrence area plan and what's going on in downtown. Our land use and transportation has just done stuff for light rail. Santa Clara, you guys just approved something, I think, or we're going to be doing at the station, Caltrain station across from the university. Milpitas has got a ton of stuff that's being done at the BART stations. I don't understand the problem his recommendation is trying to address. So could we just defer his recommendation until the next time he shows up and approve the item, but just hold off on his recommendation? Would that be okay to do?
Well, if we're going to do that, we probably should pull the item and.
Well, what was the motion? That's what I was trying to get to. Did it
I
have the
actually
letter?
approved the entire consent calendar, and I think you were the seconder.
I did, but does it include this letter?
The letter is there, but
If it doesn't include the letter, I'm fine.
It did not make reference to the letter, but staff already promised to bring it back in 4 months anyway, in accordance with the letter, right? That's what I heard from staff. So they're already going to.
They're going to look at the
Okay.
policy.
It's fine.
They're already bringing it back. Publicly, they said that. So
I don't know how we did that, but that's okay. I defer. I'm okay.
I do want to make sure we correct the minutes as reflecting what the Mr. Mulligan stated, just his comments, because I think he would recognize what he said and didn't say. And then the second thing that I just wanted to highlight or to ask about, actually, never mind, it's not that important. We have a long meeting. Just if we could change the minutes, if the maker of the motion.
can you repeat what you want me to include?
Mulligan made a request to have the minutes reflect his comments. He read his comments into the record. I want to use those comments in corrected minutes.
Okay. Yes, I'll include that. Yeah.
All right.
And this doesn't actually say to do it. It just says to come back and discuss it, just for your. Okay. All right. So I guess we'll include the letter then.
We'll include the letter, and we'll need a further discussion down the line. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 7.1, which first agenda item is to authorize the general manager to execute a contract with Mott McDonald PGH Wong Engineering Joint Venture in an amount up to $125 million to provide general engineering services for the preliminary engineering phase of VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension. As mentioned earlier, the Administration and Finance Committee reviewed this item. We had a brief discussion about the type of services that will be provided under this contract. Our comments are directed in the staff report. Dennis Ratcliffe, SVRT, BART Capital Program Deputy Director, will provide a brief report on this item.
Thank you, Chair O'Neill. This recommendation is to authorize the general manager, as the chair has indicated. This contract is for the general engineering services supporting BART Phase 2. And as you know, in November last year, VTA, in close coordination with FTA, submitted a expression of interest to enter its expedited project delivery pilot program. And we anticipate that we did submit an expression of interest in November. We anticipate that we will get some feedback from FTA in the first quarter next year. That's the first step in that process, and to complete that process, we need to advance the engineering for BART Phase 2 to approximately 30% level. This will provide us with the information we need to develop a reliable cost estimate, a schedule, and then to also inform all the other documentation that we need to submit to FTA to demonstrate our preparedness to enter into their program. This contract is for general engineering services for the duration of the project through 2026 and probably through project closeout thereafter. It includes 3 general elements: preliminary engineering, that is bringing our project design up to approximately 30%, final engineering, which is what we will use to develop the contract packages that get advertised and bid on, and then after we award construction contracts, they will be available to provide support during construction. This recommendation is the result of a request for proposal that was issued in July last year, and on August 13 last year we received 2 qualifying proposals. We had composed a review panel to evaluate those proposals, which included several members of VTA's senior staff and also an assistant general manager from BART. After evaluating the written proposals and interviewing the 2 proposals we received twice, we had concluded that the Mott McDonald Wong joint venture is the most qualified team. The important part here is that this contract is for the duration of the engineering. As you might guess, we want to keep the same engineer throughout the life cycle of the project because there's a function of engineer of record that this firm will provide. And the $125 million is for the first 2 years of that duration, which is the bulk of the work. We will come back to the board after that period for additional authorization. So although the contract will be for the duration of the project, this requested amount is for the first 2 years, which is the amount that we're able to estimate with reliability about how much those will cost at this time. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have about that. Thank you.
Are there any questions from members? Mr. Hendricks.
Hi, Dennis. So I just have a question. I understand you can't give an exact specific, but this 125, is this 30% of what we're going to spend for design work, or is it 70%? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the, it's 125, right. The number doesn't bother me in and of itself. I'm just trying to get a little context for the number.
I really appreciate that question. I should have included it in my comments. It's approximately half, perhaps less than half.
Right.
Chair Chavez.
Thank you. You've had more experience with the next question I'm about to ask than anybody here, and so you've probably thought about this a lot. What, based on all that we've learned from Phase 1, what is embedded in this contract relative to conflict resolution? If we have conflict resolution, a conflict resolution method that's embedded in the contract at all?
Okay. The contract is not consummated. We hope to have that in place next week. Those terms are prepared by the procurement department, and we can evaluate additional terms of that nature if you like. There's certainly plenty of time for that. But there's nothing specific in there about, mediation or arbitration. I may have to rely on the procurement department. I can get that information back to you.
Good evening, board members. Yeah, so as Dennis has mentioned, the current contract is still in negotiations. Those are terms and conditions that we are looking at as far as how to resolve future issues related to problems or issues that may arise regarding performance. But at this point, those items are still in current discussions. So.
Just for my colleagues, one thing I'd really be interested in us, the board, even if it's something that's emailed in an off-agenda manner, the framework for conflict resolution. It was a big deal in the first phase 1. It will be a big deal in phase 2, and I just want to make sure that we've set up a platform for any future contracts that start to get loaded onto this next project, that we have a similar method for conflict resolution.
So, now you're talking about experience. Generally speaking, we've had good experience with our professional services contracts of this nature. Typically, if there's a problem that needs to be resolved, we've had very good luck with mediation, and that's always available to us there. The more challenging problems we've had with, as you would with any major construction project, is with the construction contracts. And this team will be assisting us, along with our project management team, in developing the contract terms to address those issues specifically. And there are a lot of lessons learned from phase 1 that we'll be incorporating into our construction contracts for that purpose.
Thank you, Dennis. And I still am interested in us having a method for this contract for a couple reasons. One, it's significant in size. But second, I think we are endeavoring a project with a new technology, and with new technologies is I think a valley of risk that we and our partner agencies will be investing in, and I think it's just going to be important that we have a mechanism for resolving issues along each phase. In particular, one of the reasons I'm so interested in it is that I do think at different times. Again, Dennis, you're kind of the master here, you and Carolyn. At different times, I felt like you all did a brilliant job of pushing people to work, even while we were having conflicts. But at some points, it became something that started to cost everybody money. So that's one of the reasons I'm interested in this. Thank you.
Mr. Camus.
Yes, along the lines that Supervisor Chavez was discussing, this is an engineering contract, and type of boring and engineering process. What kind of performance measures do you have in place? And my second question would be, what kind of insurance or assurance on design flaws or engineering design insurance? Is there an insurance policy for design flaws, errors and omissions? I don't know what you would call it on like that, errors in engineering.
Okay. Well, we will require errors and omissions insurance, as we do with all of our consultants. But given the nature of the project, our risk management department is exploring and will likely implement a owner's professional protective insurance coverage that will cover us for any gaps that might be or limitations that might be exceeded in such coverage from our designers.
Yeah, well, my fear is that we start going on to engineering, and then all of a sudden a building sinks in downtown San Jose, and it's quite a bit of money. And that is my biggest fear, in fact. So, when would this be spelled out? Only in the contract, or?
We are also exploring a owner's controlled insurance program that will cover a variety of risks of that nature. We will also be obligating our builder, who will be the designer of record for those works, to provide adequate insurance and also the construction monitoring activities that inform the progress and alert if things are not coming as planned. So although I know that we've mentioned some new technologies, the key piece of this is the larger bore diameter. And as we've presented to the board before, the industry has a fair amount of experience now with bores of this diameter and larger. And the key piece of that is the control information and control technologies that inform the tunnel boring machine operator. So essentially what happens is there are monitors throughout the activity, and the monitors are giving information directly, real time, to the tunnel boring machine operator. So this is how we manage the risk that you're talking about primarily, although there are insurance coverages, as I've indicated.
So besides insurance, how about performance measures? I mean, are you giving this engineering group timelines to meet their goals? Is there, often these projects take a lot longer, and kind of always get excuses later on. Are there targets that they're trying to meet, and if they don't meet it, there's penalties?
We don't have penalties nor incentives currently structured in our commercial terms or the compensation terms in the agreement. Generally speaking, the durations or extended durations, as the case may be, that you're referring to are the result of factors that are not related to the design production. So, for example, the owner has to inform the designer of precisely what we're expecting, and that is frequently a collaborative process, not only between the owner, VTA in this case, and our designer, but also between VTA and, in this case, BART, in the city of San Jose primarily. And those collaborations sometimes take longer and may affect the production rate, if you will, for engineering services. But generally speaking, we have milestones that we're trying to achieve. In this case, this is primarily producing a cost estimate and an engineering that supports that cost estimate necessary to reliably inform our application for federal funding, which will occur a little more than this time next year.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve in case nobody else has yet.
Okay, great, thank you. So we do have a couple members of the public that wish to speak. So Asen, is he still? And then we'll have Jerry Grace.
Most of my concerns have already been addressed. I just have two questions. There were only 2 respondents to the RFP. I just wanted to see whether or not there was sufficient marketing to potential firms. And then secondly, asking whether there is an idea of what the total project cost or the total contract cost will be. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't usually answer those from here, but I just wanted to address the question or the statement that Mr. Asen made in terms of the outreach in the RFP. This is a very complicated project. The general engineering, if you are part of the general engineering consultant team, you cannot be part of any other contract associated with the project. So a lot of the consulting engineering firms in our industry, in the area, have opted not to pursue this GEC so that they can be involved with other segments of the contract.
I would just, thank you, Nuria. I would just like to also add that we did conduct an industry outreach forum downtown at the convention center, which was well attended. And I'd also offer that a project of this nature has the attention of the entire industry, generally internationally. And the firms that are proposing are organizing well in advance of our solicitation frequently more than a year in advance. And so they have pretty well determined where their opportunities are, and they put a fair amount of effort into demonstrating their preparedness to deliver the services. And that generally limits the number of respondents to those that are highly qualified.
Okay, thank you very much. So Jerry?
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Jerry Grace. I live in, I always go to board meeting all the time, and I'm always asked a very good question. Now, this is the question I wanted to know. I've been looking on a map, and it say there's the second part of it, on the, I understand the train is go up to all the way to downtown, but one small problem. I'm looking on the map. If you look on the map, you will see what my point was. My point is, I don't understand the train will go over the track or under the track. That is confusion. I'm looking at the map, and I don't understand that. That's number one. Second part of it, after the this is the part I really don't get, and I don't understand it. Last year, I thought there would be a grand open. Last year is spring 2018, and now this is 2019. Is it open? Two of the new station and a great mall in the other station. If they will be open up this year on 2019, that's my question was in the springtime. I don't know. I hope they're bringing up this year, this time, because last year that never happened. They pushed it back. I hope this year we'll have it open up again today. I think that, excuse me, and not in the springtime, around my birthday or somewhere. My birthday is March 19th and 20th, but that's not the point. The point is, it is spring, that place will be open sometime in the springtime. That's what I want to know. Thank you. About Bart.
Was there anybody else that wished to speak on this item? 7.1?
Yeah, I guess I'm Tessa Woodman C., and I live on Stockton Avenue. You've heard of it. It's the street that you're going to be boring under. So we've had some of the contractors on our street doing the soil sampling, and one of the machines that was doing it, one of the trucks that they had a very high, anyway, it was a digging machine, and it was very polluting. So there we are, it's idling all day on Stockton Avenue, digging holes, and it's very, you could smell how bad it was. And I called the woman, whatever her name is, that is the community outreach, and complained about it. But what I found out in calling the actual company, when I complained is I said, we should have vehicles that are being used on this engineering process of building BART Phase 2 that are exceeding the pollution standards, not meeting just CARB standards, but state-of-the-art clean air vehicles is what I was asking for. And it turned out that the vehicle that I could tell was very polluting on our street, that was idling all day, because that's the type of work it had to do, and I called the company, they said, yes, this is one of the vehicles that's being phased out. The CARB allows, because our, California Air Resources Board is very business friendly, that they are allowing the diesel vehicles to be phased out. And this vehicle, turns out, is going to be phased out at the end of December 2017, meaning it was a very old, polluting vehicle that they knew it was. And so I asked BART, the woman, Gretchen, the woman, community outreach, that we should use the best equipment, the state-of-the-art in terms of pollution, that's what we should have in our community. And then the other issue was, I was talking to her about the broadband backup beeper, which should be installed in all warning devices, is a broadband versus a single tone that is very destructive to our health and actually isn't as safe as the broadband because it's locatable. And so I would like that in all of our BART construction vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Not seeing anyone else wishing to speak. We have a motion and a second. Are all those in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to item 7.2, which is to direct staff to conduct outreach on the proposed 2019 new service transit plan. This is in response to our direction to staff last month to implement a new transit service plan. Jim Unitas, Deputy Director for Transit Planning and Capital Development, and his team will provide the presentation. Thank you.
Very much. Good evening. With me is Adam Berger, Senior Transportation Planner, and Kermit Cuff, Service Development Supervisor. I'm going to talk to you tonight about our proposal for the new 2019 Transit Service Plan. This is fundamentally a revision of the next network plan that the board had adopted in 2017. With modifications based on the results of the Ad Hoc Financial Stability Committee's recommendations to reduce service levels to meet our financial goals, and also to consider a 90-10 ridership coverage balance. It's important to recognize that tonight's action is to allow staff to take this proposal out for public review and comment, and then we would be turning to the board and committees with our normal sort of process of approvals for major service changes. Adam's going to take us through the presentation, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay. So are we on? So some quick background on how we came to be presenting this service plan tonight. About 3 years ago, we hired Jarrett Walker and Associates to help us have a conversation with ourselves and also the public about how we could improve our transit service and really envision what we want to be in the future. And that led to a lot of discussion about the ridership coverage balance and trade-offs in providing transit service, and how much of our resources should be allocated to ridership, how much should go to coverage. We did extensive outreach with the public in the summer of 2016 and heard that the public was willing to move on from our current 70-30 balance to a more ridership-oriented plan. In November of 2016, the board gave us permission to take an 85-15 draft plan public. After hearing a lot of public comment, we made some modifications and ended up at an 83-17 plan, which was the next network plan adopted by the board. And that plan would have increased our operating budget for transit service. And since then, as we've gotten some more clarity on our financial outlook, it's become clear that that service level is not financially sustainable. And so the ad hoc committee and subsequently the board of directors have told us to come up with a new plan that is about 4% less expensive than the next network plan. So we have developed a plan. We're calling it the Draft 2019 New Transit Service Plan, and that's what we're presenting tonight. So unlike the next network plan, which was a from-scratch redesign, this is a revision of the next network plan. We, to the extent possible, have kept our minds on all of the community outreach that we received when developing the next network plan, and we have captured a lot of the elements of that plan. We're building a frequent network of bus and light rail in this service plan. We're transitioning our resources from low ridership areas to high ridership areas. We're integrating with the regional rail network in a much stronger way. We're bringing more people and jobs within access of frequent transit service, and we're shifting our network to a more 7-day-a-week service rather than the Monday through Friday commute-oriented network that we have now that we think might be a little bit outdated. So all of that remains in this next plan. We are also incorporating the recommendations. Reduce the cost by about $15 million, move to 90-10, and protect service in South County. So I want to point out some numbers here. Our current bus service is 1.52 million hours, and when we were designing the next network plan, our planning budget was 1.6 million hours. After scheduling, we found that we really only needed about 1.52, so no real change on the bus side, but there is a big change on the light rail side, an additional 36,000 hours. And the direction we received last month was to keep bus and light rail service levels about comparable to what they are today. And a literal interpretation would mean that all of that savings would have to come out of the light rail system. But we've used a little staff discretion here to maintain some of the increase in light rail service while decreasing a little bit of bus service. So you'll see what that looks like. We spread our reductions across bus and rail, and when we had to make reductions, we did on routes that have low ridership and therefore a high cost per passenger. And when we added to the frequent network, we did so in ways that were comparable with or in line with the next network planning process, building a stronger frequent network and providing more hours of frequent service on those routes. So here's our light rail plan. The orange line and the green line are retained as proposed from the next network plan. However, we are proposing to truncate the blue line at the northern end to end at the Bay Point station rather than travel all the way to Alum Rock as it does today and as it would have under the next network plan. And we're also proposing to discontinue operating light rail service on the Almaden line to replace that with a bus route that we think can carry all those riders but at a lower cost. When thinking about taking decreases on the bus side, we ended up proposing over 60, and that's because we didn't want to really hurt any particular route. We wanted to spread this around as much as possible, and many of these changes are small, like starting service half an hour or an hour later in the morning on some routes, or ending service half an hour or an hour later in the evening. We have taken out some deviations from routes so that we can get end to end faster and need fewer buses to make those changes. I do want to call out some significant changes, though. We are proposing to discontinue 2 routes, Route 65 and Route 83, which is the next network 83. It's currently Route 13. 65 travels on Lee Avenue in Camden between downtown San Jose and South San Jose, and it serves San Jose State and San Jose City College. And we heard a lot in our next network plan when we proposed to remove this route from the public, and we intend to reach out to those riders and those institutions again in developing the final plan. For Route 13, we also heard a lot from the community that they wanted to retain that service last time, and I'm sure we'll have those conversations again when we reach out to them. We are proposing some pretty significant reductions to our express program. 4 of our routes that currently go to Fremont BART were due to go away with the next network plan. And when we were doing the next network planning, we set the rest of the program aside, saying that we wanted to do an express bus study after the new service was implemented to figure out what to do with those routes. Since we're being asked to reduce the cost, and a lot of those routes have a very high cost per rider compared to the rest of our system, we're proposing some significant reductions. 4 of the routes would be discontinued, and another 4 would see decreases in the number of trips operated on those routes. I also want to point out that we are proposing to discontinue overnight trips on Route 22. We operate 24-hour service on that route, but this plan would not operate between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. And this is a tough recommendation because we know there are about 40 to 45 individuals who ride that route, not for transportation, but for shelter. And there are about another 120 individuals who ride it for transportation. And while those numbers aren't so bad, there are some additional costs involved with operating that service. In addition to the driver, we're operating security at the Palo Alto Transit Center and Eastridge Transit Center to make sure that people get off the route when it finishes. And we're also operating dispatch full-time just for that one route during those hours of the day. So the cost per rider is a little bit higher than it would initially seem on those hours of service. On the we were asked to move from an 83-17 plan to a 90-10 plan. In doing so, we're putting more resources into the frequent network. There are 5 routes that are getting benefits, and you can see these marked on handout 7.2.1. It's the big map with the red and green boxes on it. We are proposing to expand the frequent network by extending frequent service on Route 26 out to the Westgate area and to increase frequent service on Route 68 to all day, bringing frequent service down into South County. We're also proposing frequency improvements on the Rapid 500 so that we can meet each BART and Caltrain as it comes in and connect both of those services to downtown San Jose, as well as extend the hours of frequent service on Rapid 522 and Route 23, which we think are promising investments. So if you recall the next network planning process, we showed a lot of charts like these that showed how all of our transit routes stack up in terms of productivity, which is a measure of boardings per hour. In this chart on the left side, we have our more productive routes, high rates of boardings, low cost per passenger carried. On the right side, it's the opposite. So these colors on this chart correspond with your handout 7.2.1. The green routes where we are investing more service are off on the left side, and the red routes where we are proposing reductions are on the right side. Those two red outliers on the left are the late night Route 22 trips and a proposal to discontinue service on Route 31 on Sundays only when ridership is well below our standard. Where you see dark black bars, that's where the next network plan already proposes some sort of cost efficiency or ridership improvement proposal, and we've carried those over into this plan. Seen another way, this is our cost spent per rider on each route. On the left, we have our most productive routes, our lowest cost per rider, and on the right, it's the opposite. You can see that we are investing in the routes that are the most cost effective with this change and decreasing service and spending on the least cost effective. That allows us to have these sort of top line numbers that even though this plan is 4% less expensive than the next network plan, we think that we're only going to see about 1% fewer boardings than we would under the next network plan, and that it would still be an improvement on today's service in terms of ridership, about 7 to 9% more boardings. And a big part of that is because we have so many more residents and jobs near the frequent network. The next network plan would add about 150,000 homes and 160,000 jobs near the frequent transit network. This plan takes it even farther, getting those numbers up to about 240,000 and 170,000, and that should really help our service become more appealing and more viable to more people and help toward our ridership goal. So since we've only had a month to work on this plan, there are some analyses that we have yet to finish. That is looking at the impact to paratransit riders. Our paratransit service area is defined by our fixed route service, and when we shrink the fixed routes, there could be some paratransit customers who no longer find themselves eligible for the service or not living in the service area. We also want to do an analysis for Title VI to see how this service plan might impact low-income and minority communities. We hope to have those completed and presented to this body by March. Lastly, I want to just touch on some next steps. If the board authorizes us to go forward with public outreach, we can start tomorrow on a community engagement plan that we think should wrap up right around the end of February. That would give us March to analyze all the input that we've received and develop a new plan that would go to April standing and advisory committees and then the board of directors in May. Now, our BART team is projecting that the earliest possible date for BART service may be October 1st. And to be ready in time, we're left with a little bit less than 5 months. Now, we'd like to have 6 months of implementation planning, so the schedule is going to be tight as is. So from us planners, we would really like your approval tonight to move forward with this. I mentioned community engagement. We're planning to do a series of public meetings, 6 of them throughout the county. We're going to be reaching out to communities and riders that we know are going to be particularly impacted with this proposed plan. We are going to launch shortly a website all about this plan full of detailed information, and we are ready to have printed material on buses for riders in the coming days so they can understand what is being proposed. So that is my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Adam. Are there any questions from members of the board? Mr. Hendricks.
So thanks. I'm glad you. I wish it, as I told you guys before, I wish it had been in the write-up and stuff. But I'm glad you started to take the whack at what is the assumption about ridership. So you're saying here these changes we anticipate would be able to get a 7 to 9% increase in ridership. And I'm assuming that as we go out to the community, we'd be able to have that broken down, what the assumptions are per line of change. We know that's the question everybody's going to ask. What's the impact to my line? Have you had a chance really, the next gen network changes that we made? I remember when we talked about this here, we're going to need to wait 12, 18, 24 months to get a real assessment. Do you guys have any thoughts yet on what the partial changes of next gen that we've already implemented, what that's been able to do for us? Or are we really in a stage where we're going to have to wait longer to be able to understand that? And anything you've learned, is that factored into what you're doing right here?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We, in January of last year, of 2018, we did implement some of the next network improvements on 4 lines. and that was the 72, the 73, the 522, and then light rail out to Winchester. And in each case, we've seen double-digit increases already in riderships on those lines. I think we've been reporting some of that to the board at the monthly ridership during TP&O. But so far, I think our indications are really good that what we're doing is achieving our goals.
What about the transfer piece? Didn't we free transfers on bus rides?
This was sort of, these routes saw the increases. Other routes continue to have decreases or are flat. So I think overall that factor of the transfers is sort of washed out in this analysis. So I think we're still really positive about these results.
So I'm glad you kind of said here, Bart, timing of how all this would go to the opening and stuff. Are you going to be working with an assumption that these changes, if we ultimately decide to do them, have to be done in conjunction with the BART opening, or could it be done before or after? I'm just trying to, how are you guys going to approach planning for this? Leave yourself the flexibility that you have to be tied to the BART opening, or you could do it independent of the BART opening?
Most of it, and I would say the vast majority, is tied to how when the BART line comes down, because it's a network and they're all pieces that are built off. There's certain little things, but we, even with the next network, like the 4 I mentioned, those were the 4 we could sort of peel off and do.
Well, I assume Dennis is going to come back to us later today. And then the last thing about paratransit, this would be a board decision to go ahead and make, but my recommendation would be, and I think we did this before, was just to grandfather existing lines in for who are paratransit users under the something like that. Didn't we say if you were a paratransit user within a distance of a line that was going away already, then you could continue to be a rider?
We ultimately adjusted our draft plan to final plan to restore service to areas where it was proposed to be discontinued. Of our, I think, 160,000 monthly rides or so we give, there were only 2 active riders who rode rarely that were falling outside of the service area. So it really didn't become much of an issue, although this is something that we can probably talk to our ADA experts about later.
And again, it'd be an ultimate decision for the board later, but I would think here, let's just go ahead and kind of do that same thing for this. Let's not penalize the paratransit community because there might be discontinuance of lines.
If I may, Madam Chair, there isn't a past practice that we are trying to emulate because there was no need to implement it.
Okay.
What we would do is once we are given the opportunity to go do the analyses on the impact of this frequency versus coverage, we will come back and let you know what percentage or even to the number of individuals that are going to be impacted by the change. And at that time, we'll bring some recommendations and the board
Okay,
can
that's
opt
good.
to either follow those or provide some guidance for us
Okay,
to move
cool. Thank
forward.
Morales?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. It's a number of obviously recommendations here that I'm interested in, but the one I want to speak to today is specifically in regards to the 22. Obviously, it shocked me as well when I saw that one concerning the number of homeless individuals that I know that use it. I was also curious just on individuals that were not homeless that used it. You mentioned in your comments, did you say 120?
About 120 unique riders across 6 of the trips that currently operate in that.
Okay,
time.
and then 40 to 45 potentially homeless individuals that utilize that for
Right.
transportation/housing. So in the slide, let's see, 10, or it's on page 10. No, I guess it's not your slide. I'm sorry. Page 10 here in our report, which is the boardings per hour of current bus routes. The chart, yes, that one. So the 22 obviously furthest over to the left being red, that is boardings per hour. That's average throughout the whole day, correct?
Correct.
So do we have an idea on what it is based on the numbers that you just gave me for the 1 to 4 hour? Like where would that fit sort of on this chart? What does that look like?
I would project it somewhere around 20.
Okay. And so still above our threshold.
Correct. But
Somewhere, could you, I don't know if you're going to present this slide. Is this going to be something that's going to be presented to the community as well when you're doing some of the outreach?
Most likely, yes.
Could you include that then as well, that, so not only is the 22, I think, heavily ridden, but even in the 1 to 4 hour, it may be above our threshold of the, the 15 boardings. So maybe another denotation that that's the section we're cutting. And that, I didn't know the answer prior to asking you, but it does make it more concerning for me to cut that during that time frame, if even during that time frame we do seem to be surpassing our threshold. Granted, you did mention a couple other things that I hadn't thought of that make sense. Seems that though there's some other assistance, right, needed, like a full-time staff person with dispatch, right, that during the day it doesn't matter because we've got a bunch of buses running around. Is this the only one that's going between the 1 to 4 hour?
Correct.
Okay, so and what is the is this one individual that we have doing dispatch then that has to remain on for that? Or is there like a supervisor or something like that, or is it just the one person?
I have to look into that to get a specific.
I got a head nod. 2, okay. So maybe 1 and a supervisor? Okay, looks like a head nod. So yeah, I hadn't thought of that, so that's just information to gather. Personally, I would, if it was a knee-jerk reaction, I would say we shouldn't cut that service. But I recognize, right, we're looking at what we want to try to do here, and obviously we've got a big deficit we're trying to overcome, and I want to be intelligent about it. I'm very interested, though, on the outreach that we do to come back with a final recommendation that concerning this being a route that does, as we know, serve as overnight shelter for individuals. The term out there on the street, right, is Hotel 22, that we have to do some outreach to that community, right, that specifically rides it, but not only that community, but potentially where we might find some support within homeless providers or advocates out there in the community as well. I'm by no means advocating that people should remain on our buses as the best form of shelter at all. We want to take those 40 to 45 individuals and get them permanent shelter somewhere throughout the county because they're using a bus line here in the county as their shelter. So that shouldn't be the case, right? But it is, unfortunately. So I think we have to accept that reality, but recognize that shouldn't be the outcome, and we shouldn't preserve this line just for that purpose, whether it feels good or doesn't feel good, right? We shouldn't do that. But we should absolutely do some very strategic outreach. If it did end up that we were going to ultimately, when we come back in the spring and make a final decision, I don't know where I'll be on this. I may or may not. If I were having to decide today, I would say don't cut it. But if we were cutting it in the spring, I would say that the only way that should be done is if we have actually done some outreach, tried to connect those individuals that are on those lines with support networks. We're doing a lot in the city of San Jose to try to get some more beds open. And this year alone, we'll be opening up several hundred permanent supportive housing units. We'll be opening up overnight safe parking lots in some of our community centers. And so in some that follows, we finally passed our Bridge Housing Community, our first 2 locations, one which VTA graciously has allowed the city of San Jose to do a short-term lease on property. And so there's great opportunities. By no means are they going to hit the 7,000 plus homeless that are out in our county, but I think we have to be able to have a concerted effort with these individuals considering that. Now, with that there aside, it looks like there's still a number of employees, and I really appreciated the bus driver that showed up today to say, hey, somebody that's a bus driver that I think for the most part you might get complaints out of someone that drives that, the late night. She was very appreciative and actually, enjoyed driving that route, and additionally enjoyed her customers, both those that are homeless using it as shelter and those that are employees going to work. And she listed off a number of those, and so I wasn't surprised when you did mention around 120 people that are just, right, they're going to work, or they're, as she had mentioned, right, they're intoxicated and they're not wanting to drive. And she made a comment that, we don't want people to, we don't want to think about that they use that. No, actually, we do want to think about that, and we love that they use our buses instead of driving when they're drunk. And so, so I just think there's, is a lot going on there for me for this one, and I was not aware that was our only route that is a 24-hour service, which, even though has some extra cost to it, I think in my mind also would be a strong argument to why we should keep that service. It's been the one sort of factor of transportation here in the Silicon Valley that I've always been frustrated with ever since I was a kid. That there was, terrible service at night or at a certain hour. It cut off, and even light rail, right? I mean, it goes home for me, and I live right off the light rail line, but I can't take it because it's not reliable. Because if I want to leave wherever I'm at in downtown San Jose a little bit later, then I'm stuck. And so I'm not stuck, but I'm taking an Uber or Lyft or whatever it might be, right? And that's just unfortunate. And so I think that, you know, a number of factors there that weigh on me for that one. But specifically, as we do the outreach and next steps, like I said, I want to really make sure we're being conscious of where we're doing that. And I'd ask whoever is going to be leading that, do we know who's going to be leading that outreach at the moment?
We have some staff dedicated to homeless issues that'll be assisting us with that outreach.
Okay, and then, but it's like, will it be yourself, Adam, or somebody on VT's?
I'll be part of the team.
You'll be part of the team. I got a hand raised in the back there, so. All I want to ask is that you please connect with myself, my office, before you do some of that. We'd like to participate in that, and then just be very aware of how that's going. So, thanks.
Member Rennie.
Thank you. Before my questions, which are a little bit rhetorical, I want to compliment staff on this. I was expecting to see some things that were very bloody, you know, kind of the process we went through before. So I really appreciate that you try to do little cuts in a lot of places. Cutting a route, you know, starting at 6 instead of 5:30 or ending at 11 instead of 12, I think are very reasonable ways, and cutting lots of little places instead of completely wiping out an area that had no coverage at all at any time. I mean, nobody wants to see stuff go away, but you know, we've got a budget issue. So I really appreciate that you approach it, I think, differently than last time, in a way that makes it a little more tolerable. So my questions actually are really they're questions more about ideas to help the 22. So my first thought was, it can't be very cost effective to house homeless people on a bus and have our dispatch operators and everything. So I was thinking, you know, again, it's sort of a rhetorical question. Have you considered, and you probably haven't, if you remove the line, having VTA donate some amount of money to shelters to help compensate for the fact that we're not driving around homeless people? That might be a good way to justify getting rid of it, and that it was, what, a quarter of your riders, I think it sounded like, 40 plus 120, so it's about a quarter of your riders right there. And then I also reacted a little bit to the earlier speaker, which I think it was the bus driver lady. It sounded like a lot of her passengers, she mentioned bartenders, people that had too much to drink. So I'm thinking, well, that sounds like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights only. So my question would be, have you looked at the ridership? Is it evenly spread over the week, or is it mostly on Thursday, Friday, Saturday? And maybe you want to consider cutting all the days except Thursday, Friday, Saturday, assuming the data matches up with the anecdotal story. So those were my thoughts and sort of questions.
Great, thank you. Any other board
Chair,
members?
Chair, I just had one comment I'd want to make, and is really kind of Director Peralta's, and make sure that, do we want, if staff is coming back and we end up potentially not doing the 22, do we want to make sure they go find 3,700 hours somewhere else? I think that this is ultimately is a budget exercise, and that if through the outreach, if we're coming to conclusions that says here, you know, whatever change that we're, you know, hypothetically at today, I think I would like to encourage us to say, if we find we hypothetically aren't going to go with something that's here, whatever the equivalent hours we thought we were going to go ahead and find, we got to go find it somewhere else. Because again, this was really direction that was driven from a budgetary perspective. So I'm not saying yes or no to 22. It's just, that's a big chunk of what this is. So I would just hope we've got that kind of mentality is the way we look at it.
Very good point. Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Okay, I think we can go to the members of the public. So, Mr. Prowlis.
I wanted to add one other piece. So, and thank you for that, Director Hendricks. I think that would be the case if maybe there's a recommendation with any of these that, you know, end up changing, that you may want to try to still get the same number of hours. So be it the 22 or another line that we end up getting through community feedback. But I really did appreciate the comments in around, like, say, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday for the 22, so maybe not a full 7-day week cut. But I was actually, in my mind, personally thinking the opposite of, rather than VTA kind of contributing dollars to try to help house homeless, that there potentially could be some dollars out there to pay for, you know, fares or help, knowing that VTA is actually sheltering individuals 40 to 45, not in a way that, again, that we want to shelter them. So it's a little bit unorthodox to say, hey, VTA is actually helping house 40 to 45 people, and you know, but there's dollars out there to help people like the city of San Jose when we're housing somebody. There's dollars out there to do that. So my mindset was actually opposite, that maybe could VTA utilize those dollars. Again, it's an unorthodox way of sheltering somebody, but we're using all sorts of unorthodox ways right now to shelter people. And so in this is a way that people are already using, and that's what we're trying to look at, both in the city and the county, with places like our very first sanctioned encampment, right? We don't necessarily, we don't practice that on a regular basis because that's not the permanent supportive housing that we know is really the solution we need to get to. But in the meantime, people are doing it because that's where they're sheltering themselves. And so we have a successful, you know, model going on currently in the county, and this could be another, you know, sort of unorthodox yet, you know, shelter that's being utilized. So mine would be the other way around, quite frankly, in regards to potential funding for that.
Thank you for that comment. Mr. Camus, did you wish to?
Yes, I wanted to hear what the public has to say, but I do have a couple of questions. Not only is my area losing bus service, but we're also losing our little light rail service as well. I do have some concerns, and I'm going to vote yes for this, but I do have some concerns over the cost of light rail. Is there something that can be done to reduce the cost of light rail, to make it a little less?
I'm struggling to try to think of it really it is more expensive because we have a fixed right of way we have to keep up and maintain and keep safe. You know, the electric overhead, the signaling, the stations, the rail. So it by its very essence, it's going to be more expensive to maintain. The operators, you know, they're light rail operators or bus operators. They make basically the same amount of money. So it's really in the fixed maintenance of the infrastructure that becomes the difference.
I'd add that there is one avenue that we're pursuing through a separate effort, which is trying to make our transit service faster. The faster we can get, the fewer vehicles we need to operate on the route. And I think we did a back-of-the-envelope calculation that if we could be half a mile faster system-wide, we wouldn't need to talk about any of these discontinuances. So we're going to be talking with cities in the probably coming several years about how we can make light rail faster, how we can make buses faster, because it's almost like making faster transit. It's like printing your own money, in a way.
Well, I'm a huge advocate of that, and I've been like practically forcing our DO2 to work with you guys on getting signal a priority. How many operators are on each light rail?
There's just one operator on each train.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think this is going to be a tough sell for my district because you're pretty much removing a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna vote for the discussion to be had, but I know that we were talking about supplementing all the cuts with some potential new, you know, what do they call that, on-demand rider strategy. And I'm hoping that we can do that somewhat simultaneously so that the impact of all the services won't be felt as dramatically. I think the more that we can bring those other transportation features to light and the more we can flush those out, it would help us when we're talking to the public about all the cuts that are being asked of my district, quite frankly. So
There's an item on that coming to the board standing committees next month.
Well, I may not be here next month. In fact, I'm pretty sure I won't be. But I don't want this to be dropped in
We are planning on being in your district in February for a public meeting with the Almaden Community Association. So we'll have a chance to talk through all this with the community then.
Okay, then I think we're ready to go to members of the public. We will have Cole Cameron, then Monica Mallon, Tessa Woodmansey, Andrew Boone, Jonathan Ehrman, and Roland LeBrun. If you could kind of be yourself staged so you're ready to speak. Thank you. Mr. Cameron.
Hi, I'm Cole Cameron. I'm the chair of the Camden Community Council. And I thank you very much for your report tonight. It really helped inform us. And I'll be taking it back to my community and look forward to you joining us at one of our council meetings so we can continue this conversation. One of my concerns, as we've talked about the 22 in one district and the concern with the loss of the Almaden in another district, in our area, the 65 going away completely is a concern. It was stated that it's serving both San Jose State and City College. Our understanding is that 65 also serves a direct link to the new Diridon expansion of a central transit center. And so by eliminating that, we're concerned about that question. And we look forward to further conversation because we want to work collaboratively and positively with you in bringing that forward. We see in our area, in all areas, and not just San Jose, but other cities, a lot of expansion in housing. And so one of my questions is how much of that longer-term house expansion is being considered in matching service for non-car public transportation instead. Is that a clear statement there, Adam?
This service plan is a...
Thank you for your time.
Just clarify on the question. We design service in 2-year increments, so we have more of an immediate focus, but that also allows us to be flexible to changes in land use as they occur.
Great, thank you. So next we have Ms. Mallon, followed by Tessa.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon. I'm a student at San Jose State, and I'm also a resident of Cambrian Park. And today I want to talk about the 65 and the effects that it could have on both of those communities if it's eliminated. As some of you might be aware, there's a proposal in Cambrian Park for a lot of new development. There could be over 1,000 new residents coming to our area, and our intersections are already failing. The traffic is already terrible, especially at Camden and Union, so eliminating Route 65, which serves City College, SJSU, connects us to Diridon, which would be very useful when that's completed. This would all make traffic even worse in our area, and I just don't think that it's a responsible thing to do. I voted for every transportation measure that's been on the ballot in the time that I've been voting, and I did that with the expectation that service would get better in my neighborhood, but it seems like it's only getting worse. So I just want to ask that you work with community organizations that are already existing in our area and not just have the outreach meetings in downtown, because, for example, someone that relied on the 65 could come to this meeting today, but they wouldn't be able to get back home without using a taxi or a Lyft or Uber. So just ask that you keep that in mind when you're developing this plan and make sure to do all that outreach, and thank you.
Thank you very much. So Tessa, and she'll be followed by Andrew Boone.
I'm Tessa Woodmansey. I guess just reminding you of the state of emergency. 12 years to reduce our fossil fuel use dramatically. And so I think we really have to have an all hands on deck to really do this. And we need more support for our public transit. And you really need to look at how we can get more monies to do this. And one idea that I've always found a problem is that the city of San Jose, I know specifically as a San Jose resident, has that every council member has a $500 budget every month for their car. And I'm sure that's the same throughout the whole Bay Area. And we should stop that. And that's one of the things that we need to do is stop that car allowance of $500 a month, and or whatever any of the cities do, so that all of you use the buses and trains, because obviously you didn't know that there was one driver on the light rail, so you most probably aren't using the transit. And so that's just one of the suggestions that we really do. And if all of you were using the mass transit to get to all your meetings, then we would have a much better transit system, I'm sure. And so that's one suggestion. But just really using our resources to keep our transit as much as we can. I don't think we should be cutting it, and we should be looking for other resources to support our transit. And then I was saying is that we really need to have an electrification of our transit, so that we're not, even using our fossil fuels that isn't a good use of fossil fuel to be housing people. So that is a problem. But really to modernize and to clean up our transit system so it's greener. And then so I guess it's the problem is to get the money for it. So I think we really have to look at alternative sources to our transit, how we're supporting transit.
Thank you. So next we'll have Andrew Boone, followed by Jonathan Ehrman.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Boone. I live on Stockton Avenue, and I think the meetings would be more productive if the public comment would precede your discussion and questions. It shouldn't be a staff presentation, then the board discussion, then the public comment, because then you don't have any way to think about what did the public say about this item. You're just talking amongst yourselves. Please put the public comment before the board discussion and questions. I was also upset to see this proposal of cutting overnight service on bus 22. That is the only bus running overnight, which means when the entire rest of the transit system shuts down, that's the only thing left that you have. And I've relied on it many times. I used to live in Palo Alto. I work here. I work in downtown San Jose. And if I had a shift that ended at 1 or 2 a.m., which was common, how would I get home if you would cut this service from 1 to 4 a.m. and all the other workers who get off of work or start work at that time don't have any transit service? I would have to ride my bicycle that entire 19 miles with a bag of heavy tools, or call an Uber or a Lyft and lose an hour of my earnings on the transit. There has to be an overnight service that runs along El Camino, and it's not just for housing people, although I think that you should be proud of providing that service. Anytime a person takes a bus, they're using it as shelter. When I ride bus 22 or 522 during the day or during the night, when it's raining, when it's cold outside, or when it's hot outside, I'm using the bus as shelter. It's a benefit of bus transportation, of public transportation. So you shouldn't be thinking about, do people who ride the bus, where do they live? What kind of housing do they live in? That's kind of none of your business. If people are getting on the bus, whether they have a whole bunch of stuff with them or not, you need to accommodate them. And cutting this bus route at this time really does not make sense based on how many people ride it. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Ehrman, followed by Roland LeBron.
I guess it works. Is that, yeah? Hi, Jonathan Ehrman. I'm from Palo Alto. And I guess my question about asking the staff to conduct outreach is, what exactly is the purpose of staff outreach, and what do you expect to gain from it? Because as a member of the public, my feeling is that is my chance, and that's kind of what we're told, is that's my chance to weigh in and tell you what changes I may want in, whether I approve or disapprove of what you're proposing, and hopefully to have some influence in that process. And my feeling with past efforts is that it's very, I don't feel like I have an influence and you're not really listening. So, I can go to a meeting and make a comment, but the feeling is, well, the point was just we allow you this place to make the comments. We say we went to the public, and then it just goes ahead and you make decisions anyway. And so I think that you need to look at making it easier for the public to really get in touch with staff and board and engage in a dialogue. If you call customer service, for example, they can't forward your comments to the board. You know, everything goes through customer service. There should be a staff directory on the website, just like in a city in government, where you could see the staff members, you can call them, you can make appointments. So we can see who those people are. Everything has to go through customer service, but customer service has no power to advocate or influence policy in any way. So it's this giant wall. And when you do go to meetings, sometimes you feel shut out. And if you talk to customer service or even staff, they say, well, it's the board, go to a board meeting. So I'm at a board meeting saying, I really want to express my point of view to you because I think a lot of stuff is being done poorly and wrong. And I disagree with many of the decisions you've made, and I want to find some way to express that to you, and it seems like it's very, very difficult, and it should be easier. Thank you.
Well, I'll just make the comment that I know that in the past, the plans have changed, so I do encourage you to make comments and to reach out, and I believe if you want to speak to a board member, that you can reach out to the board secretary's office, or most of us, if you know where there are other cities where we serve or whatever, you can reach us through those city halls also. I know, Adam, was there anything else you wanted to say on that or anything? No? Okay, great. Mr. LeBrun, and he'll be followed by Anathea Lowland.
Thank you. So one of the concerns I have here is when this data was taken, which month, because the 180 and the 181 to me look like they're going to Fremont, they're not going to Warm Springs. So, I've actually watched the 181, and during peak, it was over 150 on our boardings. And the 180 is basically just hitting the deck. I mean, I think the 180 needs to go away sooner rather than later. And even at night, there's still 8 or 9 people and in a 40 minutes headway. So off-peak is basically the figure that you see on that chart there on the 181. The 185 was basically a stillborn. I don't understand why we carried on with that bus for 2 years, and I'd really like to know how much money we wasted on this. Now, of the 68, I'm absolutely ecstatic about this. You have to watch the 68 transferring us into Teresa. I mean, that is the way transit is going to work. I mean, it's wonderful. Just come in, people transfer, people get off the Latry, get on 68. It's absolutely great. To Councilmember Camis's point, I agree that the Almaden line should go away. However, the bus frequency to Almaden should be increased to actually match the Santa Teresa frequency and have connections at Olonichi North. You will get the kind of ridership and the same kind of movements that we're getting at Santa Teresa. And also the 185, I don't even remember this, we gave it away free. We had a promotion and still nobody would ride it. Why did we keep on running that bus? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lowland?
I wrote to some of you earlier, and I had to come and comment in person. Transit is not just transportation, it's opportunity. It is social justice. And I will personally benefit by a 90-20 plan. I live in a high-frequency area. I'm a constant bus rider. I ride those high-frequency lines. I also can afford to call a Lyft if I miss the last light rail train. Many other people in this county can't do that. The majority of bus riders can't do that. So you need to carefully consider what opportunities you're taking away when you cut a line, when you cut that last bus to the community college. The students can't get there anymore. It's not just money, it's people's lives.
You? Wait. Gary, Grace, would you?
Sorry to be a little bit late, but I want to discuss something that bothered me, and I just saw something today before I came over, and this 180 bus, and I saw the bus not running too much anymore. What I'm saying is I saw 1 in the morning. I look at the time limit. They have one time limit on that day, and time limit later, the even time. Before I came over, I want to catch 180 faster the AC Transit. AC Transit was going to be longer, but I wonder why is it 180 got cut out? Why the AC 180 not running anymore that time? I thought 180 always run one spring from Fairmont. Or to go from, I saw 180 last time I was down there, and I always catch 181 to go to where I want to go, fine. But next time, I really, really, really want to catch 180, go to the Great Mall. I love 180. I did it many times, but I wanted 180 bring back. Not in the morning, not in the evening time. I want to have it on the weekend, too. And we please bring back that 180. Thank you.
Is there any other member that would, the public that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none. And at this time, I just want to remind everybody that we are just looking for, the staff is looking for approval to proceed with the public outreach. And I want to say that you definitely will be listened to. I mean, we do face some very difficult choices, but the last couple of plans have been adjusted, and we gained some valuable insights from hearing every one of you, and you speak very passionately about your concerns, and so we do take that very importantly. So is there a member of the board that wishes to make a motion? Oh, Mr. McAllister.
No, just go make a motion. I can.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Do outreach for this discussion, and I as part of that, I want to make sure that anybody who came to speak today, that I think we put that in a database anyway, but that we can ask them about groups that they recommend we talk to, or particular locations along alignments. One other recommendation I'd like to make is that I know both the well, I don't know about the leadership group, but I know the chambers of commerce have land use and developers and all that, and I think it's actually worth us talking to some of our home builders that are doing developments in these areas. And in part, it's important to see what their timelines are for actual human beings along these lines.
We have a second. Is there any discussion of the motion? Mr. McAllister.
Yeah, I apologize I was late, but I wanted to talk about the 22. I understand Board Director Perales also brought that up, and being 22 is really the backbone of VTA because it covers such the longest distance. To cut out the 1 to 4 hours, I know you've already discussed it a little bit, but I think there has to be some kind of an alternate available in there. And when the main link from the one end of the city to the other, and there's no options at that hour of the night when people are really desperate to find something or if they don't have the cost. So I'd like to really see if we can find an option or a low-cost alternate. I know it's very expensive to run. You've got 4 bodies to put on it, but when that's the lifeline of the city, of the county, from one end to the other. So whatever we can do to try to find an option, that I think we should incorporate that into any studies that we do.
Duly noted. Mr. Carr?
After the presentation, I wanted to echo some of the things that were said much earlier in this discussion, and that when we come back, I'll be really interested in how we look at and analyze the paratransit customers. South County actually have been affected by some of the route changes that have already happened. We've seen City Hall come and talk about that, so I know that there are some in South County in some fashion, so we need to pay Mr. Hendricks talked about an equivalent number of hours if the plane comes back and adds hours anywhere, and I think that's a good idea. And I don't know whether it's hours with the way that we're looking at it right now, or whether it's dollars. I agree this is a budget discussion, and an hour ride on one route is not the same cost as an hour ride on another route. And so I don't know whether it is a better discussion when we talk about, as we talk about dollars or hours, but some way we need to be able to talk about if we're going to add some hours back, where might we suggest taking hours away? We may not agree with that either, but I think that's a good discussion for us to keep having. And ultimately, I think the question about faster transit is where we need to go. Adam, you're absolutely right. I like the analogy of printing free money. I wish it were exactly like that. But if I think about, I really appreciate that we've looked at the 68 as, you know, the only connection from South County into the rest of the system, and adding some hours to that. If that route were sped up, if it didn't take 90 minutes to get from downtown San Jose to Morgan Hill on the 68, it would just have so much more ridership on it. And so ways that we can look at that, and that's a route that I'm not sure it's traffic planning with a city about how to get signal changes. I think it may be some little route changes where it's making lots of turns and things that it's going. It's not getting stuck on lights. But faster transit, I think, is something we should focus a lot of effort on, and hopefully all of our cities agree, and we'll be partners in that. Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the board? If not, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. And again, just to emphasize, this is the beginning of the outreach plan only. So thank you very much for the presentation. So that takes us to item 7.3, the appointments. There is a copy of the current status of the appointments in your reading folder, and they're on the public table. And we still have some appointments that are pending. The county's formal appointment of their representative, and it sounds like we might be needing to make other adjustments. So the ask would be that we approve the list as it is right now, and then if need be next month that we would make adjustments to the list based on other changes that might be necessary. Are there any comments or questions on that? Second? Okay. Any other comments? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. So thank you very much. That will take us to Section 8. The first item is 8.1, our General Manager's Report. Nuria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening. I would like to spend my first part of the report focused on the college football program, the college football that took place this past Monday, and all of the other events and festivities in the days prior to it. The first slide is to just make a statement. We all know that Clemson University walked away with a trophy, but truly the employees at VTA did an outstanding job. They provided great service to the college football playoff championship starting in Wednesday, getting everything set up at the Discovery Meadows, and then working very closely with the City of San Jose, City of Santa Clara, and all of the requisite safety and security personnel to ensure a good and safe experience by all. The preparations took over a year. It was very similar to the effort we put into Super Bowl at a different scale, but still we had to touch every single point of contact involved with not only the delivering the event, but preparing and safeguarding the event. On game day, we carried nearly 14,000 riders. VTA employees, we had all of our employees volunteer as ambassadors, assisting the public, many of the visitors to our area that were here for the football game, using our system, understanding the opportunities in proximity to the stations where they were standing. So we became not only guides, but we received great kudos as a result of that. There was a lot of navigation when you have such a large event with individuals that may or may not have experience using public transportation and light rail, and then of course having to navigate our ticket vending machines. Our staff just stepped up and did terrific. We did experience an unusually high number of unscheduled bus operator absences, which resulted in lost service on game day. There were a total of 82 absentees, resulting in approximately 300 lost service hours, or 6% in lost service. We did hear from many of our customers through our customer service lines, and we truly apologize for that. It was not what we had anticipated, but it did happen, and we did the best we could with what we had. We but although the service was compromised, we were able to maintain the majority of the day service, and we had many happy customers, especially those who attended the event. We were flattered to receive high praise from a 27-year-old veteran bus and light rail operator from LA Metro who was in the area for the college football event, and I'm going to just very quickly read his quote. It was safety, integrity, quality, sustainability, diversity, and accountability are stated as your core values, and I can say unequivocally that your values shined. As a customer, I found the narrative that spoke best for VTA was care and pride, and the care and pride of the employees of VTA in delivering service day in and day out. Another game attendee shared with us that just wanted to commend all the folks at VTA for having an easy-to-use website, app, and special arrangement for the game. It was great to see how clear and enjoyable your folks at VTA made the trip and experience for a Bay Area local and first-time VTA rider like me. Kudos and thanks for your awesome efforts. So I just wanted to share that with the board, and then, of course, thank the staff again, all the employees that made this possible, because not only did they were up to the challenge, but they exceeded expectations. The other announcement I wanted to share with you all is that I am going to be appointing Angelique Gaeta, my chief of staff. I'm going to be making her permanent, the chief of system safety and security. As some of you may recall, 7 months ago, our safety and security officer left the organization. I asked Angelique to be the interim safety director in addition to the other duties that she was performing as chief of staff and head of communications and marketing. We had a triennial report with the CPUC, and we've been working very closely with the Federal Railroad Administration and the Federal Transit Administration on safety-related matters. So I feel it's necessary to fill that position. I reached out to the Federal Transit Administration and the CPUC to share my intent with them, and they gave high marks to Angelique. So we are not only very fortunate to have her working here, but the fact that she's been with us less than 3 years and was able to step into that role and deliver a very credible leadership in support of our responsibilities to not only provide a safe work environment for our employees, but a safe travel experience for our customers. With that, I would now like to move on to item 8.1A. Jim Lawson, our Executive Policy Advisor and Director of Government Affairs, is going to provide a brief report on our government affairs.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Madam General Manager. As you may know, Congress has returned. Now I can't read what I wrote. It's a good thing I know this stuff, at any rate. Congress has returned. We have a new administration in the House of Representatives, and they have approved continuing resolutions, which the White House has refused up to this point to sign, continuing with a shutdown, a partial shutdown of the government. Just a point of context. While parts of the government are shut down, in the Federal Transit Administration, approximately 80% of those employees are not working. So when we call them, there is no answer. What's the effect on VTA? Right now, this has delayed the processing of a small number of federal grants coming to VTA. That would include $845,000 for an autonomous vehicle project at the Veterans Administration in Palo Alto, $3.5 million for the Montague Expressway pedestrian overcrossing at Milpitas BART station, and there's about $9.5 million in federal formula grant funds for state of good repair that we have not yet received for the 2018 cycle. We'll be submitting our 2019 cycle this summer. We're hoping that those will be available at that time. Governor Newsom began his new administration on the 7th when he was sworn in. He gave a very fine inaugural address where he indicated that the main focus is fiscal responsibility. $4 billion is being programmed to eliminate all outstanding budgetary debts and deferrals, $4.8 billion to the state's rainy day fund, and the highest amount ever, more than bringing it to $15 billion, and $4.8 million to pay down unfunded retirement liabilities. There's more detail in your report, but I would like to say that while the governor has not stressed transit, we do enjoy the effects of SB 1 and the other bills that were passed last year, which will provide us with additional funding. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission on the regional level anticipates appointing a new director at some time in the not-too-distant future. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Lawson? Okay. So with that, then I would like to introduce our guest, Tony Tavares, who is Caltrans District 4 Director. As you all may recall, we do annually have the District 4 Director join us to share the activities in our particular county and the vision that he and the whole Caltrans organization is bringing to one of the largest counties in the North Bay.
Thank you very much, Naria. Thank you to the VTA board for allowing me to address you this evening. I am Tony Tavares, the Caltrans District 4 Director, as Naria mentioned, and I want to share with you Caltrans District 4 encompasses 9 Bay Area counties, Sonoma County to the north, all the way down to Santa Clara County in the south. And yes, Santa Clara is our largest county, and we're very proud to be working with Santa Clara VTA. Caltrans is undergoing a new transformation, and it's taken a new approach in delivering our transportation projects. And what I'd like to do today is share with you 3 of my focus areas that I want to instill here in District 4 and hopefully improve the collaboration, customer service, and partnerships that we're doing with the VTA. Number 1, safety. Safety is our number 1 priority in Caltrans. Every employee safety, safety for the traveling public. We have embraced a Towards Zero Deaths or Vision Zero campaign for California. We need to bring our transportation infrastructure into the 21st century by delivering projects that will enhance safety for the public while also developing features that minimize exposure of our maintenance employees to live traffic. We're currently partnering with many government agencies, industry experts to incorporate technology and innovation into our transportation solutions. And we are embracing all modes of transportation and are incorporating complete street features and active transportation program concepts to address bicycles, pedestrians, transit, and rail. Recently, Caltrans has adopted the NACTO Urban Bikeway Design Guide to address bicycle facilities on Main Street highways that run through some local communities. We are also working closely with the autonomous vehicle industry to incorporate and test vehicle-to-vehicle technology. We have a multi-state pilot demonstration program which runs from California to Texas and involves truck platooning. We're also incorporating vehicle-to-infrastructure technology on some of our roadways, and El Camino Real along the peninsula in the Bay Area is a site being used by many auto manufacturers to test their lane departure features and autonomous vehicle features. In addition, California has 2 federally recognized autonomous proving grounds, one here in the Bay Area in Contra Costa County and one in San Diego County, and Caltrans is a partner with both of those agencies. In addition, and this slide shows it, Caltrans is now placing high reflective 6-inch wide striping to enhance visibility during inclement weather and nighttime driving. The wider striping will also assist the autonomous vehicle industry and allow aging drivers such as myself to be able to see a little bit better at night. We're also installing Type 11 high reflectivity sign panels, which will allow Caltrans to remove most of the overhead lighting on the overhead signs as well as the catwalk, so hopefully we'll reduce or minimize the graffiti taggers up there, and also will reduce the electrical costs that we currently have, and will reduce our carbon footprint by not having to have electrical lighting on these signs in the future. SB1 was just mentioned recently. My second priority area is delivering on our promises to the citizens, the public, and our partners. Prior to the passage of SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, California state highways and local roads were facing an estimated $137 billion deferred maintenance backlog over the next 10 years. SB1 will provide $5.4 billion each year for the next decade and will be split between state and local agencies. It will double the number of projects on the state highway system as well as our local cities and county roadways. SB1 also established various performance measures for Caltrans to achieve over the next decade. We are required to have 98% of all our pavement in good or fair condition, so we are planning to address over 17,000 lane miles of pavement. We have to also fix a minimum of 500 additional bridges. So that's fixing, rehabilitating, or replacing bridges. 90% of our culverts, our drainage systems, need to be in good or fair condition, and we plan on addressing over 55,000 of those drainage systems over the next 10 years. And traffic management system elements. Those are the elements such as ramp metering, loop detectors, CMS signs that can help with congestion relief. We have a goal of 90% of all of those to be in good working condition. SB1 also requires that Caltrans identify $100 million in annual efficiencies and to reinvest those efficiencies back into the maintenance of the system. This past year, we identified $130 million in efficiencies, and we have an annual Caltrans efficiency report that was recently presented to the California Transportation Commission in October and is available online for your reference if you'd like to review it. Also, SB1 established an inspector general to oversee all the activities and the spending that Caltrans will be doing, utilizing the SB1 funds. We are looking forward to the inspector general and her team to audit our reports, our projects, our processes, and expenditures. Caltrans has also established many of these accountability processes prior, but being a large organization, we weren't very good at always explaining what we were doing and sharing and being transparent with the public. Now SB1 requires us to do that, and we'll be reporting on a regular basis to the California Transportation Commission. My next area that I'd like to discuss are partnerships. Transportation projects are no longer delivered solely by one agency. It literally does take a village to deliver a project nowadays. Partnerships, collaborations are key to solving any issue, especially delivering transportation projects. And we understand the value of our transportation partners that we've established over the years. And I am very committed to enhancing those partnerships with our local agencies, our federal agencies, other state agencies, and our industry partners. A few areas that I'm really stressing with my staff is to improve communication, being proactive, having early involvement in our local partners' projects, and taking ownership in their projects, assuming that those projects are our projects and that we care about them as much as we would be delivering those projects ourselves. The I-Team here with the VTA has been a very successful program. We've had many successes in many projects, such as the SB1 Solutions for Congested Corridors program, delivering the Santa Clara 101 Express Lanes, and that's matched up with the San Mateo 101 Managed Lanes project as well. Both will be beginning construction in February, so a very exciting time right now. We are also working together on several other projects, such as the 101 Mayberry Road improvement, and this will assist commuters with the BART extension to San Jose. We're working with VTA on the 101 Zinker Road improvement, and also the 101-25 interchange project, which is another SB1 project. I'm also interested in exploring other congestion relief strategies, such as bus-only lanes, bus rapid transit, shoulder usage, reversible lanes, additional express lanes, and HOV 3+. There are definitely a lot of opportunities that we can expand the existing I-Team here in Santa Clara, and I'm interested in furthering those discussions. Another area that I've been improving and been working with some of the local cities here in Santa Clara is the homeless situation. The homeless situation, litter issues in the Bay Area are staggering. The estimated number of homeless in the Bay Area is around 40,000 people right now. It's second only to Los Angeles County, which is close to 55,000. Last year, Caltrans spent almost $70 million to address homeless and litter. In Santa Clara County, we spent $5 million last year to address homeless and litter, and we are estimated to spend more than 3 times that amount this year. Those are transportation dollars that could be better used, obviously, for filling potholes, repairing guardrail, taking care of lighting, and providing safety features for the public. I'm currently coordinating with San Jose to combine our maintenance resources to clean up litter. We're utilizing Downtown Streets Group, the Conservation Corps, probation and parolee programs to provide full-time litter removal, and I will be adding 2 additional litter crews this February for a total of 16 additional people to have full-time litter removal. I have partnered with several of the larger cities in the Bay Area, and I'm really looking for a way to find a holistic and compassionate means of addressing the homeless situation in the Bay Area. Working collaboratively with various cities, we're allowing certain state right-of-way parcels to be used for temporary emergency housing sites. Yesterday I was in San Francisco and we had a groundbreaking or opening of the Navigation Center at 5th and Bryant Street. That was our second site on state property, and I'm excited to be part of that program. In San Jose, we're working with Mayor Liccardo and the team there to identify 10 parcels for the Tiny Homes program. And in Oakland, we have several sites that we're putting tough sheds on for Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf. We're also working with your community citizens as well. We've heard many citizens, some from the Rosemary Gardens area, that have been contacting us about the homeless, and so we're addressing those issues as we hear from those community members, and we're identifying a hotspot map which has locations of high concentration of homeless within the state right away, and we're working with the city and the county to address those and bring in social services to help us with those situations. So how are we going to achieve the safety, enhance our partnerships, and deliver the SB1 projects? As I mentioned, Caltrans is changing the way we're doing business. We have fully implemented asset management. We have statewide performance measures, and they've been established by SB1. We performed a gap analysis by district. From there, we have developed a comprehensive asset management plan, which is called the State Highway System Management Plan. And this plan incorporates inventory and condition of assets. So we have 4 main asset groups that we are responsible for through the SB1 program and our asset management plan. That is pavement, bridges, drainage systems, and traffic management system elements. The plan provides a list of all the projects Caltrans plans to deliver over the next 10 years to meet the SB1 performance metrics. Each district will receive an annual allocation through the shop to deliver these projects and to meet the performance metrics for the various asset classifications. So you might ask, well, how is that any different than the way we were doing business? The new way that we're approaching it is now that our districts can truly collaborate with our transportation local partners. We no longer deliver siloed projects, so we no longer deliver just pavement projects, just bridge projects. We can now combine multi-assets and benefit from an economy of scale. It also incentivizes the districts to truly partner with their local agencies to deliver a project that addresses multiple transportation asset issues. And essentially, districts and our local agencies can now leverage our funding together and deliver projects that we couldn't deliver previously by ourselves. But here's the big change. Any cost savings that are realized on the state side remain in the district. They don't go back to the state highway account. So then we can reinvest those funds right back here in Santa Clara County. So that's the big difference that with the new way of doing business in Caltrans. This will allow Caltrans to impart more of an entrepreneurial spirit when delivering transportation projects. And that's what I'm really excited about. And that's what I want to push here in District 4. Obviously, there's still strings and accountability measures in place, such as Caltrans headquarters, our California Transportation Commission, and the Inspector General overseeing and improving all our funding. But now it allows our districts to implement more intelligent risk-taking, find efficiencies in our delivery, and whereas in the past we may not have done so. So this will require a shift in the culture at Caltrans, but all things worth doing are not easy, and I will continue pushing my team to move in this right direction. This concludes my presentation. I want to thank all of you for allowing me to address you this evening, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Tony. If any board members have questions, I believe Mr. McAllister followed by Mr. Hendricks.
So I want to thank you for what you're doing with the budgets you guys used to have, and I'm looking forward to what you're going to be able to do with SB1. So great stuff. I think I heard you say in your comments that there are some cities you're doing autonomous vehicle to infrastructure stuff on El Camino.
Right.
Are you allowed to say what cities those are?
It's actually in San Mateo County, where we have a location.
I think there are probably a couple cities here in the county that would be very interested in participating in something like that. Probably Sunnyvale, Mountain View might be two that if you wanted to look for places like that, I think
we would
be very interested in that.
Happy to expand that, absolutely.
And the follow-on piece to that is, and I was glad you had mentioned El Camino, what thoughts do you have or ideas you're looking at in terms of smart streetlight technology to be able to be implemented on El Camino? And I'm really interested in that. We've done some of that work on other roads in Sunnyvale and seen significant reductions in actual travel times, along with significant increases in safety for both pedestrians and bicyclists. So do you guys have thoughts, or are you looking towards that on El Camino? And again, there's probably a couple cities here in the county that if you want to do something there would be really interested in trying to work together.
And I would be more than happy to sit down with you and any of the members here to hear your ideas and see what we can do. Obviously, we're looking at the entire system with all the 9 Bay Area counties and working with everybody. So I'd have to go back to my traffic operations team and see exactly what we'd be doing with smart lighting.
So it's just
I can
there
get
are
back to you.
places that would raise their hand.
Absolutely. Okay.
McAllister.
Yes, you said two words that really perked me up. Was highway shoulder. We have this road called SR 85 that has a lot of traffic on there, and we got this very center divide that has a lot of space in there, and we're going to be studying the opportunity to use it. And so I'm glad to hear that you personally will authorize it to.
I am authorizing. Let's discuss it. Let's look at it. Let's review it.
Good answer.
We have to do safety analysis. We have to review all the engineering in it.
Well, actually, your answer is much better than we've had in the past, so we're very appreciative of that. I know it's being done down in San Diego, so what has motivated or what has changed the thought process within Caltrans to start saying, let's use this?
Well, I think there's multi-agencies that have to also weigh in it too, like the California.
Tony, you had us.
But what I would say is it's a new approach. I want to be a good partner. I'm looking at customer service as a big key to what we need to be doing here with local agencies. So I'm an engineer. I'm open to a lot of different concepts and ideas, and let's put everything on the table and let's see what we can address, what we can implement here. We have a lot of congestion in the Bay Area. We cannot build our way out of it anymore, so we have to come up with new ideas on addressing congestion. I like transit, I like rail, I like bicycle, I like pedestrians. I want to address everything. And let's put all the solutions out on the table, and let's try to pick the right ones for the right situation.
You guys will fund it also?
We will bring our funding. We're going to need your funding. Like I said, transportation projects aren't done by one agency anymore. It takes a collaboration.
No, but on a serious note, you notice how we were cutting a lot of the routes and a lot of our express buses.
Right.
My city is Mountain View, and it's a large employment center. We have a lot of people come up SR 85, and we're trying to get a transit lane only in there for all the commuter shuttles and the VTA buses, so our express lanes can really start moving. The express buses will come back and be viable and competitive, and so this is one option we're looking at. So that's good news to hear. Thank you.
Director Camus?
Yes, I want to thank you for all your work in the city. There's a marked, there's definitely a marked difference in the relationship that we've had over the last year or so. I could tell you that your graffiti contractor is doing a good job, especially on my drive home on 87. And I've been working with Senator Bell's office for quite some time. I've actually attended every one of his meetings where Caltrans is in there. Your staff is in there. And for a while, you guys were actually doing some enforcement of graffiti and covered dump trucks, the ones that are littering our streets and making the problem much worse. I would, and that's kind of stopped. And I would like for you to take a look at the ounce of prevention measure, actually catching graffiti vandals and actually giving tickets to trucks that are uncovered and traveling on our highways and dumping ladders and whatever else that are, just then you guys have to clean it up after. I mean, could be a great way to find another $100 million worth of savings if you had to do a lot less graffiti and a lot less picking up litter off of trucks that you can be fining $1,000 a pop.
Yeah, and that's true, and we work very closely with the California Highway Patrol to do the enforcement part. We don't do the enforcement; they do that for us. And several times a year, quarterly, we have certain times that we go out and do maximum enforcement with the California Highway Patrol, and they actually look for the untarped trucks, and they cite those individuals and go through.
Yeah, last year actually, I had a good relationship with one of the captains of the CHP in the East to send me a report, but those have disappeared. But I'd love to see that happen again. And on the lines of having the shoulders being used, we just finished a study on Highway 87 to create a potential lane there, and I'd love to get your support on that effort. The study's already there, and we're looking to do a design on that. 85 is already funded, my friend.
So Member Diep.
Thank you. So I just want to thank you on behalf of the City of San Jose for your cooperation with helping us with our tiny homes issue. I heard you say that you're working with the city to find one in each district. Is that something you're...
Yeah, we're actually working with the City of San Jose. There was some legislation that was passed that allows up to 10 locations. So we're working with the city to identify 10 parcels that could be used for temporary or emergency housing sites, correct?
So Caltrans land.
Caltrans land,
All right, perfect. I was interested in what you were saying about 16 full-time people, downtown streets, Conservation Corps, et cetera, et cetera. That's 16 full-time people just around the jurisdiction of the City of San Jose? Or?
Around the jurisdiction, I have them in Santa Clara County, so it's going to be primarily hitting, a large part, obviously, San Jose, but we're going to address them on certain corridors, and it's going to be full-time, 5 days a week.
So Santa Clara County, not because District 4 is bigger than Santa Clara.
Yes, so this crew is for Santa Clara County.
Got it. So that means if we have city folks in DOT or homeless concerns walking onto the shoulder off-ramp of a freeway, we would no longer be trespassing because there would be some sort of agreement? In terms of jurisdiction, because right now, if I'm along 680 and a constituent calls and says there's an encampment or something along the freeway exit ramp, right. And I've always been told that we can't go in there because it's state property. So is there going to be a change in the relationship between?
So what I'm trying to do with the city right now and other cities in the Bay Area is to develop what's called a delegated maintenance. And so at the various interchanges where you have on and off ramps, Caltrans can delegate that maintenance to the city and provide some funding for that. So that's one way we can do it. The other way that I'm working with the City of San Jose is any properties of the city that abut up to the state property, we're able to provide resources to the city for them to maintain not only their side, but our side as well. So there's those type of partnerships that I'm working out right now.
And do you know, I'm sure this is still kind of a working product. Do you know in 3 months, 6 months, by the end of 2019, this might go in line?
I'm hoping before summertime that we have a lot of this in line.
Okay, excellent. And in your mind, would this arrangement touch also on abating encampments, or is it just picking up the litter?
Right now it's just picking up the litter.
Sure.
Right.
Right. Well, thank you so much for your efforts. I really appreciate that.
Member Perales.
Thank you very much. Just going to echo some of the thanks here as well. Much like Director Camus pointed out, have seen an improved relationship with the city of San Jose specifically, and seen the work going on out there as well. And very excited myself with the SB1 funds, and really going to be able to see the improvements continue. Want to thank you, much like Director Jip just pointed out, for the use of the land. We will already be underway this year with the first bridge housing site in the city of San Jose on Caltrans property. And I thanked earlier our VTA staff because the other site that the city of San Jose is using is VTA property. And so thanks to the partnership with those two transportation agencies, the city of San Jose is going to be able to unveil its first two bridge housing sites. And so really, really excited about that and look forward to the partnership on identifying some other sites. As we know, in the one that we have already identified under the 680, 280, 101 interchange is a site where homeless had already been camping, right, up to the tune of 100 people. And so these are sites that are already being utilized. If we can turn them into sanctioned sites that we're operating now, they're safe, they're clean, they have the services necessary. We've just taken something and made it 100 times better. And so just really looking forward to that. I'll echo as well what Director McAllister said on the use of the shoulder. I think, for dedicated bus purposes, dedicated public transit purposes, we need those lanes. We're certainly working on those here within Santa Clara County. But to be able to have that on our highway system, and we are throwing the dollars at it, as Director Camus pointed out, we're throwing the dollars at that, the local dollars, but being able to have the authority to do that, that's something that we are going to need leadership on from your part. And so I was just as happy to hear you make mention of that. But I want to give you continued encouragement that that's something we want to see through all the way till the end, till where we have our dedicated VTA buses. I don't know if you were here the entire meeting. I think you were, but to get them down to Gilroy, right, and Hollister area, right, to get people to and fro from the city of San Jose or even to the rest of the Silicon Valley for work, and get them there faster. We're going to have so many more riders on those, those systems, and so just looking forward to that. And lastly, you made a mention of one particular neighborhood, which happens to be my neighborhood, where I'll be going home to, Rosemary Gardens, and appreciate the litter and the cleanups that you've been doing. You made mention of them specifically. Was there something independently specific, or did you just happen to know that I lived in the neighborhood?
No, actually. We had identified last summer about 10 hotspot sites in 680, 101 area around Story Road, Tully Road, were some very high concentration areas. And we were not aware of the 87 in the Rosemary Gardens situation over there. And then I started receiving some emails from the residents, so I went out and actually met with them and talked to them, and they showed me some of the sites that were hidden way behind the trees. You couldn't see them from the freeway. So I made that a hotspot, and I said we're going to address that for Rosemary Gardens.
Okay, what identifies something like that as a hotspot for you? Is the number of calls that come in, or the number of
No,
times
not
you're cleaning it
necessarily.
up?
It's just the amount of individuals living in that area, and then there were fires that were occurring too from the individuals that were illegally living there and starting fires accidentally. But
population and severity of the
correct,
issue.
correct.
Okay, because I just surprised that maybe it hadn't made it to that level. There was one that we had identified early on. We'd worked with Caltrans. Actually, the city of San Jose had partnered to do 2 cleanups in the last couple of years with Caltrans to do cleanups there. And each time there were over 40 individuals, and there was just something that was re-encamped. And so one note, surprised to hear that it hadn't sort of risen to the level of, hey, this isn't a hotspot area. It is within the district, obviously, that I represent, and it is one of the areas, much like the 180, or the 101, 280, 680 interchange, just has had a sheer number of individuals. Nonetheless, happy that it has made it there now, and appreciate your focus on that. And I know that, speaking on behalf of my neighbors, they appreciate it as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have. Sorry, Member Jones.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for the work that Caltrans has done already in terms of the litter pickup and cleanup, particularly along the 280 corridor. Obviously, there's still a lot of work that still needs to be done. When our residents see litter or debris, whether it's on the freeway or in the county or other parts, they always go to their city council member. issues, then we refer them over to Caltrans, have them file a report, and then there's oftentimes a black hole in terms of feedback. They're constantly contacting us. We're contacting you, and there's some holes in the customer experience process. So I'd like to work with you and your team to figure out a better way to do it, because right now it's not working.
And I agree with you. That's something I noticed when I first came on board a few months ago. So I've actually assigned public information officers to certain parts of the district, and now they're responsible for personally getting back to the citizens and the individuals who have the issues or the complaints, letting them know what are we doing, when are we coming out there, giving them the plan, the time schedule, and all of that, and even going out and meeting with the individuals if that's necessary as well.
Okay.
So, but I would love to work with you more to see if there's other solutions that we can put in place as well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. We really appreciate you spending part of your evening and night with us, sharing the state of the District 4, and looking forward to the continued partnership, because we have a lot of projects, especially as soon as we get our hands on our Measure B money. Then following is we have some. Oh, go ahead.
So before Mr. Tavares leaves, Omar Chatty, to be followed by Andrew Boone.
Hi, my name is Omar Chatty. Ooh, congratulations on the new appointments. Mr. Tavares, just to give you a little background, I belong to the American Highway Users Alliance, the National Motorists Association, the Electric Auto Association, and other organizations that deal with transportation. I have about 1.5 million miles under my belt, about 1 million of them right here in this county. So I do a lot of driving, and I'm very concerned about safety. So I'm glad you mentioned safety as your issue. That's wonderful. So I do want to give you some suggestions on, there are a number of things like 101 to 87 southbound to De La Cruz, almost daily accidents there. And that's because of the airport. People are not familiar with the area, and it comes to a stop. We need an EIR. We need money for an EIR on State Route 152, Pacheco Pass, that last 13 miles. If there's any way you can dig up that money, I think the reserve is almost gone for the county, but they had reserved $10 million. Please push for that. We got to save lives. The shoulder issue is very, very dangerous. I'd ask you to be very careful. That man and his dog that were killed on 101 by First Street when they were hit the sweeper, they had no escape route. That's what a shoulder does. In my 35 years of commuting, I always was in the right lane to avoid people coming from behind and elsewhere. I had escape route. Please fix the signage around the area, and I'll be talking to your field guy, especially I-580 westbound to 680. There are terrible accidents there every day because out-of-towners are coming, and the signage is bad. Line of sight issues are important, like 85 southbound to Almaden Boulevard. You come to a dead stop because traffic's backed up from the stoplight. So I can't do anything. But please pay attention to the traffic reports if you could. You will find that your neutral toll lanes on 680 are causing a lot of accidents, and 237 is habit. So we need to factor in behavior, driver behavior, signage, and the rate of accidents, and find out what's going on with people merging in and out, okay? I don't like the pork chop removals on El Camino. I think they make things more dangerous. You can see the remains of accidents there from cars. I know what the intent is, but I don't have time to talk about it. So anyway, I would disagree with you. There are opportunities to widen the roads in certain places that would do a lot to allow more transit as well as regular vehicles, especially 101 southbound outside of Morgan Hill, where it goes down to 3 lanes. That really needs to be, we need to find money for that and widen it down to Gilroy. Okay, anyway, I would remind you to the State Route 85, when it was funded back in 1984 on Measure A, was solely, quote, solely for highway purposes. So that extra lane would be a wonderful thing to move buses, express lane, you know, everything we have now, the Ubers and everything else. But it was funded for roads, and when Los Gatos attempted to oppose that, we recalled those city council people.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chatty. So next we'll have Andrew Boone, followed by Jerry Grace.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Boone. I live on Stockton Avenue, and I really think it's very important that you take our comments before having your discussion. When you don't listen to us until you've already had your whole discussion and asked all of the questions of Mr. Tavares that you wanted to ask, What you're saying is that you don't care to hear from the public. 5 of you asked your questions. None of you brought this up. Why haven't we heard the public comment on this? And it was the same for the previous item.
Not to interrupt you, but there can be additional comment after the public speaks. So
Right, but already 45 minutes of director comment has gone by. So clearly the bulk of the comment has happened, and you know that. Please take the public comment first. This is an opportunity for you to listen to us. And if you don't take the public comment first, you're just having a meeting amongst yourselves. Why is this even a public meeting? Okay, I would like to say that Mr. Tavares said that at Caltrans we're not trying to build our way out of congestion. That's exactly the opposite of what Caltrans is doing. Caltrans and the VTA and the county and the city of San Jose and all the other cities are trying to build our way out of congestion by expanding the highways with more lanes, by building new interchanges for more car traffic during rush hour. There was a map that Mr. Tavares showed at the beginning of his presentation of 50 new 30 highway projects that are going to cost $670 million. Almost all of that is expansion of car traffic. This is exactly the wrong approach, and I see most of the presentation was also about highways. It's all about cars. What about people walking and riding bicycles and riding scooters? The modes of transportation of the future. Caltrans, it looks like, is ignoring those modes of transportation. All I heard in the entire presentation about bicycling was that Caltrans has adopted the NACTO design standards. I want to see a lot more information about complete streets. How is Caltrans fixing the streets that we have to use when we're walking and bicycling so we don't get killed? And that's a lot more important than picking up litter.
All right, thank you. Mr. Grace?
Few days ago, the city of San Jose need to do something about something else. It's really bothered me about this part of it. Why I say that, because Street 7 is go the freeway, and I'm looking on a map and trying to go to where I want to go to. Go to Special Olympics, and I did not ever seen where I'm going to. I see a sign, the white sign in black, and there's a lot of cars going on the freeway, and before I follow the path, and something's not really clear. You never say, don't go near that way. Don't go that way. Go around or something. On the map, that would have to tell you. I'm on my phone looking at where I'm trying to go to. Tell me to go around a different way. I came up to the freeway, and I almost went through the side of the freeway. A lot of homeless people was there. I cut the fence. Tent is there, and they need to clean that up, because that's right next to the Caltrain freeway, and that's no right. They need to clean it up next to the Caltrain freeway. I almost a trip will break my neck. And now you're bringing it up because the limb of the tree is there. That's not his part. That's not his. That's his freeway. But the next to there is San Jose.
All right.
San Jose
Thank you,
needs to
Mr.
clean
Grace.
up. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on to our next item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The last item on my report is an update on the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit Program that's going to be delivered by Carolyn Gonad and Dennis Radcliffe.
Thank you. Thank you, Nuriat. Thank you.
I know that we've got a long agenda still ahead, but I do have some new information about BART Phase 1. I want to follow up on some prior items that we have discussed on the communication equipment replacement. I'm pleased to report that we are complete with the installation and replacement of all of that. We actually completed that a little bit ahead of what we expected. We thought this might take us through the end of this month, and we completed it just shy of the end of the year of 2018. The FTA workshop did occur in November. The FTA took a little time in getting their data to us. We haven't quite fully gone through it yet. So this says our next workshop is at the end of January. It'll probably be sometime in February. Nevertheless, we are proceeding with knocking off the remaining items. I just have a few of the items here that are worthy of discussion tonight on station systems. This mostly relates to the Milpitas station because it's more complicated. But generally speaking, we have some additional work to do at emergency ventilation and for SCADA with the fire alarms, and also at the fare collection. Now, what's interesting about this work is this is pretty representative of turning over a completed facility to the operator. In the case of emergency ventilation and fire alarm, the local fire department has asked for some additional work to be done so that, to get it the way they want it. And in the case of fare collection, BART is making an upgrade to their fare collection equipment system-wide, and we're incorporating those. What's unique about that is this is pretty ordinary work. There's no controversy or mystery about it, so the work plan is quite direct, and we're proceeding with that. Other systems, you see here, one in particular, we call it RIDS. It's a Railroad Intrusion Detection System. I've added the term fence alarms here. This is about 5 miles of sensors between the VTA's BART alignment and the freight railroad adjacent to it, which would detect a derailment from the freight railroad that might intrude into the BART right-of-way. That system's working fine. However, we're discovering some signals being picked up by that system that we're not able to fully understand, so we're debugging that. And that is a little bit of cause for concern. See it probably better on the smaller screen there, but this is the schedule that I've been reporting against for the last several months. The blue bars starting at the top left are activities that VTA is conducting. The first 3 bars are essentially the production work. You see some yellow bars extending past there. These are updates that I'm giving tonight, which is it's taking a little longer than we had planned. The gray bars on the right side of each of those represents the risk contingency allocation that was derived through our work with FTA. As you can see, there's a little red arrow that goes down to the small blue bar. All 3 of the first 3 bars are prerequisites for us doing our final work, which is dismantling our project test center and turning it over to BART and installing it all at the Operations Control Center in Oakland. As it stands, the first 2 bars taking a little longer than expected. You can see in the second bar there's a green bar there indicating that we did complete all the UON replacements, that is the communications equipment replacement. And we have not concluded that the longer durations for the first 2 bars, first 2 activities, are going to affect the third, but it's likely they might. Nevertheless, the entire project team is focused on beginning that project test center to operations control center turnover in the month of March. No changes have been made to the activities after that, which are largely, if not entirely, to be conducted by BART. You see right in the middle of that slide, turnover to BART. So once we've concluded moving the project test center to the BART Oakland Operations Control Center, VTA is no longer in control of the project, and the entire project extension is in the control of BART. So that is our objective. This week we conducted an all-hands meeting to refresh and refocus everyone's attention on this very milestone. And the experience we had in replacing the communications equipment It's unfortunate that's an event we had to recover from, but I'm quite satisfied with the way not only the VTA management team and the field personnel, but also the BART personnel assigned to the project performed in that function, and I think that portends a little bit more control going forward. For phase 2, we are beginning to have some meaningful activities. Carolyn and some of the staff are still finalizing the details of the tunnel configuration. As we talked about earlier tonight, we are going to be awarding a general engineering contractor's contract, and that will help us provide with a lot of technical resources and the formal documents that we need to advance the project on. The pursuit of federal funding, as I said, is something we'll be working on this year. It's our primary focus, and our objective is to submit a formal application for federal funding in the first quarter of next year. We are having great success in reaching out and beginning to identify how we would go about doing joint development at our stations. Our real estate department has already begun some meaningful conversations with property owners and developers in the area that is generating a great deal of interest. I'll be talking a little bit more about field activities in a moment. I know this is a late meeting. I'm going to go quickly, but we do have some field activities, and I think you heard some of that from the public comment earlier tonight. And our principal objective right now is to finalize design criteria to get our general engineering consultant underway as quickly as possible, and that's going quite well. One other thing is not on the list here. On November 30th, at the Capital Program Committee, staff received a referral from Director Perales and Chavez to engage a consultant for a business impact mitigation study. And staff is working on that already. We're finalizing the scope of that. That scope would essentially compile and derive what are best practices for these kinds of things, particularly here in California, but also perhaps nationwide, so that we can advise VTA as to what is the most effective and equitable way of addressing impacts to businesses as construction proceeds. We're aiming to have that consultant, that work will take about 7 months, but we're hoping to have that concluded about this time next year, and throughout that period we'll be bringing periodic updates to the board as we progress. Our objective here is to have a final work product and a proposal for the board to consider sometime in the early part of next year, which will be well in advance of our construction activities. The field work that we talked about earlier tonight, these is pretty small activities, but it's been a great concern to the community, so I've included them here. These slides were prepared for another purpose, but the photograph there is pretty representative. This is a drilling rig. What we're doing here is taking additional soil samples. As you know, the prior studies we have, which are now approximately 10 years old, only went to a certain depth, the depth that we anticipated the tunnel to be located. With the single bore tunnel, it's a little deeper, so we're taking some additional core samples that are deeper to further characterize the soil. Another small activity, this is basically clearing out a manhole, but the similar equipment would be used to do what we call potholing, which is to dig a small hole in the pavement and reach underground utilities so we can accurately locate them. And you can see in the small photograph at the top, this is cone penetrometer equipment, and essentially this equipment has a instrument that is forced into the ground below to further characterize the strength of the soil. And that would conclude my part of this. I think Carolyn will talk to you a little bit about program funding.
Good evening. Just wanted to actually give you an update on the costs. We actually haven't updated the costs on the program for a while. In fact, the environmental document had the capital cost of the project, if you see in the top line, which was 4.781, but we had always footnoted that we had not It did not include unallocated contingency or the financing costs that we would incur during the period of the full funding grant agreement. So we have actually estimated that recently. Now this is just, we didn't change the capital cost. We're still moving forward, but knowing the idea that we're only like a 15% design for the single bore, we'll be bringing on the general engineering consultant. The unallocated contingency is placed at about $500 million at this time, and the financing costs at $300 million. So that takes the project costs that would be in the federal submittal, because they include the financing costs of $5.581 billion. And below is the sources of funding that we have. Primarily, heavily, those are the 2000 Measure A and Measure B. Those fund sources will also be those sales taxes are also similar to Phase 1, used for financing and in escalation in the costs. There is some escalation potentially in those fund sources as well over time. Regional Measure 3, we have $375 million. Transit Intercity Capital Rail Program, we were very successful in that program at the state and have received $750 million, or will be at least competed for it. We will be going forward for allocations for that. We have used 161 from the old 2000 Traffic Congestion Relief Program. And then the FTA, you're seeing this not as the New Starts funding, but as the Expedited Project Delivery Pilot Program, which we've been having conversations with FTA over the last, probably since last April, March, April, almost a year ago. And we can ask for up to an amount of 25% of the project cost, which is where we have the 1.395 or roughly 1.4 billion. When we were in the New Starts process, we were looking about 1.5 billion. So now we're roughly around the same amount, asking for that in the Expedited Project Delivery Pilot Program. So that currently is the the updated sort of sources of funds and the costs. Over the next year, with the general engineering consultant coming on board and engineering moving forward, we'll see a much more detailed estimate. You'll probably see the unallocated contingency go down. Likelihood is the capital costs may go up, just because we are seeing such a high increase in real estate values over the last few years and continue to go forward, and that is affecting the cost estimate, as well as escalation in the construction costs. But we are aware of that and managing that as we have in the past with Phase 1. So this is sort of the update right now. This is what we had actually sent to the Federal Transit Administration in the expression of interests that we put forward in November on the Expedited Project Delivery Pilot Program. So I just wanted to give you an update on those numbers as well. The BART Silicon Valley program, on the rather the planning schedule to date remains the same. We're hoping to open passenger service in 2026. But the big milestone for us is to finish this preliminary engineering effort, get a good a good cost estimate, and move forward for the full funding grant agreement, which we plan on submitting roughly about a year from now, so that we will be able to get the full funding grant agreement within fiscal year 2020. That will be very successful. We are actually a project that is, we have all of our other funds committed. As much as they may be in court or lawsuits, we actually have them committed in terms of there have been those either ballot measures or we've competed at the state, and we will be receiving allocations. So right now we're looking for the federal funds to fully fund this project. So just that's the update on Phase 2, if there's any questions, or on Phase 1. Thank you.
We have members of the public that would. Oh.
So people keep saying that we're on the cusp of a recession. Given your statement that labor costs and whatever costs are high, would it be to our benefit if we went into a recession and we get cost savings from that?
What? You can answer it.
Benefit or detriment, I guess, depends on where you stand on that. But we had a similar circumstance on Phase 1, where we had extraordinarily competitive bidding, and I'm speculating a little bit, but in the neighborhood of about $75 million on the project overall. Certainly, if we find ourselves in a recession in our bidding time, which is about 24 months from now, would probably have similar results. Although, the other factors in terms of forecasts on revenue sources and the like are affected in the opposite direction. So all of that is what we are working on throughout this year to assess, and it's also part of our risk analysis when we make our application for federal funding.
So also, we are looking at, as part of the expedited, whatever, for FTA to submit, we do have to do a fairly robust financial plan. We're starting to do that now. I'm looking, Dr. Raj, but we are looking, I would like to present it to the board sometime in the September timeframe. And we typically recognize the variances, and we do a lot of analysis on that to make sure that we're comfortable with where we are moving the project and the funding sources we're having and the debt that we will finance to do the project. The thing that's interesting even during this recession is there is so much construction, thankfully because of SB1. Measure B will be coming forward, that the construction industry, particularly for transportation, is still a fairly tight market. And so maybe it'll loosen up a little bit with the recession, which would provide us good bids.
Thanks.
We do have members of the public that wish to comment. So we have Sean Mulligan, followed by Tessa Woodmansey, Roland LeBron, and then Andrew Boone. Talk to
There are a number of issues with the signs there. I'll call it the worst one, though, is that where it should the same name of the station is Berryessa / North San Jose, you have alternated signs. One sign says Berryessa, one sign says North San Jose. Berryessa. There is no train station in the world that works that way. Absolutely. It's contrary to BART's facility standards. I don't know how that was signed off on, but it will be extremely confusing for the end users. Among other reasons, when you're inside a BART train, and that's the people who be looking at these signs, you can't necessarily even see both signs. Get on, say, Embarcadero, your brain is expecting to see a sign that says Berryessa / North San Jose. You arrive there, and depending upon which window you look out, you'll either see Berryessa or North San Jose randomly. And you might not, an average person, a lot of people are not going to recognize that that's actually the station. The name needs to be correct as shown in this photograph on the bottom, which is the way all the rest of the BART stations work. I suspect I know why you did it, to save money, but this is not a good trade-off. You'll have problems forever with this. Hey, you got a train that's going to the Diridon Arena, packed. You can't see, but you can't even see both sides. You're going to stop at the train station. You're going to randomly get a sign. Be able to get off the train. I'll send you a lot more photographs and analysis and. I don't know how BART's architects signed off on this. Definitely fixed before.
Thank you. It's appreciated. Tessa?
He was talking about your signage, and on this, your board of directors meeting here, it says, receive the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit SVRT. So, from all I understand, Rapid Transit, it's to deal with the El Camino Rapid Transit that never materialized, or the very much need for rapid transit on the bus rapid transit. So what I was saying here is it wasn't very clear that was even BART. Andrew told me, well, that's BART, but I wouldn't have known that. So this is a part of your problem of communication when we talk. It should have been BART Valley Rapid Transit, type of thing. So that would have been helpful, because I thought it was rapid transit, like I said, which would be bus rapid transit. So that's what I'm here to talk about, is bus rapid transit, because that's what I thought it was about. But so we really need to really work on that issue, and hopefully we're not giving up on the bus rapid transit on the corridor of the San Carlos to Stevens Creek, which would connect students to De Anza, like my son. And we would really appreciate that there would be bicycle path, continuous, all the way to De Anza, and on that road, and that we really don't spend another $10 million and then decide to drop it.
Okay, so Member Jones is kind of leading an effort with Mayor Liccardo and myself VTA is going to be studying that corridor, so we'd be very happy to receive all your comments.
Okay, good, but you see why I was confused,
Yeah,
right?
I
Working
understand.
on your communication would be great.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to not talk about it now? Okay,
That's
fine.
right.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. LeBrun, followed by Andrew Boone.
So I have two questions, and if I get an answer tonight, that's great, but if not, we sooner rather than later. The first question I had is, with this service that's going to be starting on the 1st of October, is which line is that going to be? Is that going to be the Daly City line? Is it going to be a Richmond line? Or is it going to be both? Right. The answer is both. Well, I witnessed what it took. Jerry, I'm trying to speak here. Thank you. I witnessed what it took BART to actually get both lines down to Warm Springs. And it was really, really painful. They really had a hard time. And based on what I witnessed, I think that the expectation that you can have both lines working on day one on October 1st. Now, the other question I have is when I saw earlier the funding, which is now 5.7 billion or something, there was $1 billion in Measure A. And the question I got is that I'm currently on the VTA website, I'm looking at the capital program dashboard, and we've already spent $356 million on phase 2. So is that $356 million part of the $1 billion, or is it on top of it? Thank you.
So the cost estimate that you've given is not a to-go cost estimate, it's for the total project, so it includes past activities as well. Oh, and the BART cars? Yeah, so the Warm Springs extension, a lot of the reasons why they ran one line, you're right, it did take them a while to get that up and running, but mostly the reason why they ran one line is they didn't have enough vehicles in the fleet, and they're starting to use their new fleet vehicles to bring two lines. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Thank you, Chair O'Neill. My name is Andrew Boone. I live on Stockton Avenue, and what I think is very concerning about this project, well, first of all, I'd like to say that I look forward to it opening very much. So the Berryessa BART station, I will use that to go to Oakland, and I would normally rarely travel there because it's so inconvenient now. So it's a great thing to have BART coming to San Jose. Having BART continue from the Diridon station to the Santa Clara Caltrain station, however, really is not a good use of taxpayer dollars at all. That is going to cost over $1 billion, that part of the extension, to duplicate rail service that we already have. So if you want to go from San Jose Diridon to Santa Clara Caltrain station, you can take Caltrain now. You can take buses 522 and bus 22 literally 24 hours a day between those two locations. So why are we pouring in another $1 billion to build a tunnel so that we can put BART trains on tracks there? That's a transit station we already have. And I think that, you know, trying to work with the Federal Transit Administration now that Donald Trump is the president is problematic. You know, we have an administration that's not supportive of expanding rail transit at all in the country, much less a region of the country that is the richest part of the entire country. And this is the epitome of a pork barrel, wasteful transit project. And we are really doing a disservice to the rest of the country trying to get this $1.4 billion and spend it on something that just shouldn't be built at all. And I wish that one of you would stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, does this make sense what we're doing? This old plan to put BART where we already have a train station. Could we save billions of dollars and do something more productive for the community instead? Thank you.
Well, I can speak to that a little bit from my knowledge of it. So my understanding, Andrew, and I hear you, and I've asked some of those same questions, is that whether you have passenger service or not, those trains are going to have to go to Santa Clara because that's where the land is for the rail yard and for the maintenance, and that is where the tunnel boring is going to happen from. So you can have the trains go to Santa Clara, and I don't know what the current cost is. I know the station has been scaled back dramatically from when I first saw the first designs of a station in 2007. From what I've seen in recent times, it's scaled back tremendously to lower the cost. So, I mean, we could have those discussions, but the trains will, unless you're going to denigrate the performance of the system by not having maintenance and not having storage, it will have to be back in Hayward. So the VTA already owns that land, and that land was purchased with the intent of that being a rail yard and a maintenance yard, if I'm incorrect.
Yeah, I think BART's plans on increasing their fleet to over 1,000 vehicles, which stretches their yards. They just don't have the capacity in the existing yards. There's always been the plan that there would be one in the South Bay to avoid also a lot of the deadheading, because we're adding 16 miles to their system.
Okay, thank you. But we appreciate your comments. Okay, Jerry Grace?
Dennis, Dennis, are you, why I'm up here to two things that bother me. One is really confusing, and I thought last year they opened it up in the springtime in 2018. That never happened. They pushed it back. But other hand, now I'm hearing they said the spring 2019, two of the stations will be open this year. But the BART station will be open, the Grant Mall and the other one open at the same time. But if that will happen, that'll be great. I want to go down there now, not wait for 100 years. I don't know why they doing it last year, not open that up. Now I'm hearing they say back in December we'll open it up, and now I'm hearing they say they will open it up on 2019 in the springtime around my birthday. And the second thing is I don't know is I'm looking on a map very closely. And what I'm seeing from the down on the map, they say they go over or under the Caltrain station. And it's so confusing on the map. They never say what it say, and that's why I'm bringing it up to your attention. When you have a chance to look at the map, you will see what I'm talking about. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for those comments. Is there any other member of the public? Okay, not seeing any. Then that takes us to the chairperson's report, which is item 8.2.A. And I promise that this is the longest that I will talk for the entire year. So first of all, I want to thank this board and the community for the opportunity to serve the people of the Santa Clara Valley as chair of the VTA. These are extremely interesting times for this organization as well as for our entire region. They bring to mind the beginning of Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. While I often tell people that most of the world would love to have our problems, spirit-choking traffic congestion and housing shortages, both in part caused by an abundance of employment opportunities and capital available for investment, if you are on the receiving end of inadequate transportation or housing, the prosperity of many of our businesses may not provide any comfort. And thus another tie to Dickens, our two cities where life is experienced very differently by neighbors living worlds apart. But if this community, with our resources, capabilities, and openness to reinventing the world, cannot solve these issues and provide the quality of life that people originally came to California to enjoy, who can? And what does it say about us if we don't? So where is VTA in this challenge? Right smack dab in the middle, geographically, and with more programs, products, and responsibilities than probably any other transportation agency in Northern California. In order to deliver to our community, everyone who is part of VTA must be completely mission-focused, solutions that move you. Anything that doesn't serve that mission must be set aside. How do we fulfill that mission and provide transportation solutions and move people where they need to be? Next year, I'm proposing that the board have 4 main areas of focus: financial sustainability, transportation innovation, workforce development, and board governance. Let's look at each of these briefly. Financial sustainability. While all transportation is subsidized in one way or another, VTA must have a structure and services that can deliver on the mission without incurring ongoing deficits. Our public has shown great confidence in VTA and other agencies by providing us with a number of ways to fund transportation, and we have to deliver on that faith before we ask for more funds. We will have a group of board members work with staff to flesh out the work plan to implement the recommendations of the Financial Stability Committee. Our systems, processes, and workplace must reflect the practices of the 21st century to ensure we are operating in the most efficient way possible. Let's provide services that more of the public we are here to serve want to buy, so that we can show that we are being stewards of the public's investment in VTA. Transportation innovation. There are endless possibilities here. As technology has been at the heart of some of our problems, it must be the brains behind the solutions. We must consider every option to move people where they need to be. VTA may not be the provider of every solution, but should be a facilitator and convener. How will we form better regional networks with existing systems such as ACE and Capital Corridor to ensure they work seamlessly with what VTA is building? While everyone is talking about future autonomous vehicles and artificial intelligence technologies, we have available now technology that can improve travel times, such as having a county-wide traffic signal system that uses one coordinated technology. There are no excuses for not doing this. We have to find a way to superimpose changes on a sprawling valley not conducive to transportation efficiency. And it is imperative that VTA electrifies our network and every vehicle we can. We are cleaning up electric generation, but greenhouse gas emissions from all vehicles continues to increase. This is an existential threat to us all. Workforce development. Regardless of how much technology VTA adopts, none of it is delivered without highly skilled, dedicated employees. Transportation is a people business. Innovation comes from people. We need to examine our employee work environments to ensure that all employees have the support, training opportunities, and mechanisms to innovate and improve how they fulfill their part of VTA's mission. We all need to grow together and be willing to change when change is warranted. And that brings me to board governance. My fellow board members, we are not exempt from this need to change. We probably are more in need of change than anyone involved with VTA. While we all have the challenges of serving on other boards and councils, we need to be fully engaged with VTA's issues. We can improve the way we educate new board members and provide ongoing development for all board members. I am working with General Manager Fernandez on an upcoming Future of Transportation workshop, and let's determine what other workshops will help us all be more effective board members to fulfill our key role in shaping strategy. We as board members have to be willing and prepared to be effective advocates for the requirements of transportation to our residents, the business community, and our representatives and other levels of government. I want to see us implement a program where VTA board members regularly meet with our legislators here in their district offices to help them understand the details of our transportation needs. Our board members must lead the way in reaching out to our peers and neighboring regions to build solutions, even if it means we don't have complete control. When have we ever had that anyhow? And we must build better bonds to our neighbor regions to help them improve their local economies. We can't and shouldn't expect everyone to come to Silicon Valley to work. We must find it within ourselves to be better leaders, to know when to stand firm, when to find consensus, and when to fight for ideas that may not be initially popular. I will convene a board working group to look at a range of board governance practices. A stronger board will make for a stronger VTA, and I'm going to look to Board Member McAllister to help me, as he has great ideas on how we can improve board engagement and effectiveness. This year, we face some of the most difficult times VTA has encountered. I truly believe with all of us dedicated to VTA's mission, we can deliver on our promises to our customers, taxpayers, and employees. With everyone's participation, we can make difficult choices to achieve financial stability. Let's start delivering the Measure B projects. We will open our beautiful BART stations and start experiencing the possibilities of an expanded transportation network. We will explore the best way to incorporate first-last mile alternatives into our system in as safe a way as possible and do it quickly. These things will reestablish our confidence, and with some well-earned swagger, we can take on the many social challenges in front of us. I hope we will all be on board for the ride ahead. Thank you again for a chance to be part of this future with you. Thank you. So, thank you. So that takes us to item 8.3. Are there any items of concern? Okay. Okay. So, Mr. LeBron, did you wish to speak? To the microphone.
Really invested a lot of time in this and a lot of thought, and I think we should preserve this for posterity. I think we should bronze it, but frankly, I think the transcript has to be saved and posted on a website in a prominent position, and let's keep it there for at least 1 year. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. I'll talk with the staff about that.
However, you said get on board, right? So I hope, how many of you took transit or alternative transit? How many of you drove today here?
I'll confess I drove, but I mostly ride my bike or take the bus.
We love you for that. Okay, everybody else? How did you do? Okay, good. So let's get on board.
Get on board.
Right?
Get on board. Okay, so then that takes us to, so do we have any items for referral to staff? Okay. 8.4, we have the all of the unapproved minutes and summary reports are in the reading folder, but Omar Chadi, you wish to speak on this?
Hi there. I was looking at the Caltrain report. They don't mention the 3 people who were killed on the Caltrain tracks in the last month and a half. So that brings us to more than 314 people killed since 1995 on these outdated tracks, street-level tracks, since the decision was made by the politicians to bring high-speed rail. So I hope we can stop this carnage. And I'm looking forward to BART coming to Santa Clara, and I'm hoping one day it'll replace Caltrain. It has far less deaths. BART can, we'll have a 2-way mass transit system once we connect that last 30 miles, which will cost as much as high-speed rail, especially considering what they have to do in San Francisco. Number 2, as you may have read in the paper, a gentleman was killed from Los Gatos, Mr. Wilcox, on 85 on Christmas Day. I happened to go the other way and saw the emergency vehicles. They couldn't find him. He found dead by his family the next day between Fremont and the Fremont exit in El Camino on the southbound direction. And just so happens there's a call box that used to be there that now says call 511. Apparently he didn't have his cell phone with him, and there, as you know, there used to be, and they were pulled out because of the copper thefts, and it was too busy, and we spent $1 of our county money for that. So I think it's very unfortunate. I don't know how he died, if it was internal bleeding or what, but if there'd been a call box, we could have had emergency vehicles there. So anyway, I just would hope that, again, the MTC with their new director who's finally leaving, thank goodness, and next month will be more sensitive to the needs of serving the public for safety. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chatty. So are there any announcements from any member of the board or staff? Okay, seeing none, that will take us to our closed session. The board will be recessing. We will discuss items 9.1.B through 9.1.D through closed session, because as we mentioned, 9.1.A has been deferred. And I want to remind my colleagues that we will now be moving to conference room B106 for closed session, and that we will come back to the auditorium once we reconvene to open session. So we apologize in advance for any inconvenience. Thank you. General Counsel, do we have any report out?
Have no reportable actions taken.
The meeting is adjourned.